Summers. He is the vice chair and he's elected member. And we have Diana Bristow is a public member. Kevin Cloutier is an elected member. Peggy Judge is a public member. Elsa Lee is a registered optician. Neda Mohammadzadeh is an elected member. Tanya Namaben, hopefully I got that right, is an elected member. Dorina Reyes is elected member. Ravizina is an elected member. And we have Alicia Munyon as a public member. And did I get everybody around the table? Okay, and for regrets, we have Paul Wilkes, the government appointee, sent his regrets. Henry Wiersema, government appointee, sent his regrets. Omar Farouk, government appointee, is unable to be here today. And Samir Modhera is unable to be here today. And staff, we have the wonderful Mr. Fazil Khan, Registrar CEO, situated on my right. And beside him, the very capable Amy Stein, Deputy Registrar and General Counsel. And behind me is Carolyn Robertson, our Manager of Communications in the Executive Office. And online, Fissa Assad is the Human Resources and Accounting Specialist. So that is our introductions, and welcome our guests behind us. All right, I'd like to start with the land acknowledgement today. And also to the people on YouTube.
People sitting in the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't mind me, I'm just from Barrie. I want to welcome everybody joining us on YouTube in the interest of time. The land acknowledgement, I will say, I want to acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishbeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. The College of Opticians acknowledges and respects that these lands are now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples who continue to experience the impact of colonization. The CEO also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. With the utmost respect and humility, we are grateful to be meeting here today on these lands. We are committed to educating ourselves in areas of cultural safety and humility in the delivery of equitable healthcare in Ontario. I myself reside on the traditional lands of the Anishbeg people. I come from Irish ancestry and my parents were born here and they were both Irish and English. I will endeavor to carry myself with gratitude and humility as I work, learn, and live in this area. And I want to again tell everybody, thank you very much for joining us. And for the registrants joining us on YouTube, that they can use this session as self-directed continuing education hours. And I'm now going to pass it over to Sarah.
Wonderful. So welcome, everyone. Ahead of this meeting, we went over a few of our virtual meeting norms, but I'll just do a reminder just to mute any of our competing technologies for the purpose of this meeting today. And a reminder that to get on the speakers list for today, you can raise your virtual hand and we will call folks as their turn comes up to speak. In some of the spots, we will be using a variety of facilitation techniques as we do at all of our board meetings, including the high five approach for consensus, as well as we will be seeking motions throughout the day when it comes to making board decisions.
We'll actually be using our physical hands on this.
You will be using your physical hands on this one. Lots of exercise on today's agenda. And with that, I think we can go ahead and get started. So I will pass to Stephen to take us through the conflict of interest declaration.
Does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare today? Not seeing any. Thank you. Then for adoption of the agenda, would someone like to make a motion to adopt the agenda? Derek, do I have a seconder? Kevin? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so we'll go on to the minutes of March 3rd and April 24th.
Okay, hopefully everyone's had a chance to review the minutes. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes at all? Not seeing any. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes as circulated? Fun. Second, Diana, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, Elsa.
You're abstaining? Okay.
Not part of that. Okay.
Thank you.
Myself as well.
And Alicia for the same reasons. Okay.
Thank you for advising us of that. And now to the minutes of April 24th. Has everyone had a chance to review them? Any additions or deletions to the minutes? It's time I'd like to have someone make a motion to approve the minutes of April 24th, 2023. Rob? Peggy, second. All in favor?
And I'll abstain.
One noted for abstain, and the motion carries. Thank you.
Paper again, Steve. We're gonna have to get you the shorter paper.
You're gonna have to get in charge of it.
Gave them legal advice.
Always have problems with legal.
Thank you, Stephen. So with that, we're going to move on to the financial variance report, and we will have Fiza Assad, the human resources and accounting specialist, present that piece.
Yeah, I think we just need a moment for Fiza to join us at the podium. She's here right now,
Wonderful.
so just.
Oh, we just need like fireworks coming out the door.
We need some walk-on music,
Entrance
yeah.
music.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is so exciting to see everyone in person. I'm just gonna wait to see if Carolyn can get the report up and then we can get right into it. All right, great. So just as a reminder, I know this is everyone's favorite piece and I don't have to go over this again and again, but the purpose of this financial variance report is to provide a summary of the year-to-date revenue and expenses as compared to the total annual budget. So for the purposes of this report, we're going to be reviewing the finances for the period ending March 31st, aka Q1. So we can just scroll down to the actual report, Carolyn. So we've made a slight change by including a legend, first things up front. So same traffic light rules, anything highlighted in green means that we're trending well. Revenue and expenses are realized as incurred or expected. Anything in that orange is just trending with caution and needs to be kept an eye on, and explanations are further required. And something that we hope we'll never be seeing is the red, which would indicate that we are trending poorly and corrective action may be required. So jumping right into the report. So our total revenue for the period ending March 31st, 2023 is $3,164,408, which is a 12% variance to the budget. So 12% under budget total, which is normal for the first quarter of the year. Just a couple of points to highlight here is generally some of our optician student and exam fee revenue has been impacted simply due to the fact that our exam schedules are running on slightly different this year with no exams occurring in Q1. So if you look at line 5, there's 100% variance to the revenue there. This is all normal and expected. This was discussed while we were budgeting at the end of last year that we may see a bit of a flux in Q1, but these numbers will even out by the end of the year. Are there any questions for revenue before I move on?
Any questions on revenue for Fiza?
Looking good. All right, great. Moving on to board and committee expenses. At the end of March, we were at $16,578 and 91% under budget. As we've discussed previously, these are line items that are going to be fluctuating throughout the year. While we still have 75% of the year remaining, these variances will be showing as a much higher number, simply due to the fact that, you know, we're all human. It just depends on when those board expenses get in. And I do bug everyone, and I love getting that email from me in October saying the clock's ticking. But currently we are trending well. There are no significant deviations from the planned or expected meetings that have happened. So we are expecting to continue to trend well. Are there any questions about board and committee expenses before I move on? All right, wonderful. Operations and administrative expenses are currently at $625,131, and we are currently trending at 80% under budget. Generally, you'll see that everything is a good news story. We are trending well across the board. A few points that I wanted to highlight were line item 22 for communications. We are 60% under budget right now, but we're trending well. This is due to the fact that we had a large OCC public awareness campaign contribution, which has occurred in Q1 and is not replicated throughout the year. So that was a bigger chunk of cash, but we're not expecting to see that in the remaining quarters. If we scroll down a little bit to database. So database is again currently at 98% under budget. And while we have had more projects occurring in Q1, these are currently projects that were deferred from the end of 2022 and have been prepaid. So we have not incurred an expense for those projects. We will see this line item pick up as we have a lot of things planned for the rest of the year. Line item number 26, external personnel. We have not had any exams occurring in Q1, hence the full 100% variation, although by the time activity increases, we will see that expense line go up again. And I believe that's all of the major points, but if anyone has any questions about operations or administration, I'm happy to answer any.
Any questions or feedback for FISA on this piece or the report generally?
I think when it's all green, it's a pretty good news story. Everyone's happy to see that. And we do always provide the explanations. If there's ever anything that stands out or maybe you just need a bit of clarification on, we're always available for any questions in person, on the phone, or through email. All right. And then if there's no further questions, I guess I'll pass this back over to Steve or Sarah.
Wonderful. Thank you, FISA, for that presentation. And with that, I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
And the motion that I'm seeking is to approve the financial variance report to March 31st, 2023. Do I have a mover? Neda? Kevin, second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Stephen, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Given the nature of the fact that we have some new people with us today, I'm wondering if we could probably try and avoid using acronyms, just so you are aware of kind of what we're talking about today. Yeah, I just, because the use of OCC,
I completely
most of us know what it
understand.
means.
Wonderful. So we'll be, we can certainly insert that into the norms. So we'll all try to spell out those acronyms for everyone's sake. Thank you for that, Derek. So we're a few moments ahead in the agenda. I know we're going to be having a guest speaker next, checking in on.
So I just messaged Malcolm that we're running a little ahead and for him to join us at any time. But it'll probably take him a moment to read his email. We were supposed to have him at 10:20.
10:34.
So we've got, like, with the extra time, we could maybe move ahead and then
Yeah,
come back.
absolutely. Yeah, if that's okay. The next piece is Diana. So if you're
I can
okay
come
with
back.
that, Diana.
Sure.
Okay, so with that, we'll move ahead to 4.0 then, and when Malcolm joins, we'll come back to the audit report. So point 4.0 is the board policy review and updates, and I'm going to allow Diana Bristow to lead us through those.
Okay, great. And Carolyn, are you putting that on the screen? Okay. Okay, as you know, at each board meeting, the governance committee brings forward policies that are scheduled for content review. This quarter, there are 4 policies up for review: financial planning and budgeting policy, financial condition policy, discipline committee terms of reference policy, role of committee chairperson policy. The committee is recommending no changes to any of these policies at this time. I'll go through them one at a time and turn it back over to the chair for a call for a motion before moving on to the next policy. The public interest consideration identified for each policy is that reviewing the content of the governance policies ensures that policies are consistent and effective and that the college is up to date with regulations, technology, and regulatory best practices. We'll start with number 1, the financial planning and budgeting policy. This policy outlines that the registrar CEO is not permitted to allocate financial resources in a way that materially deviates from the board stated strategic outcomes, priorities, risks, financial security, or that is not derived from a multi-year plan. No updates are being proposed for this policy at this time, as it appears the policy remains relevant to meet the board's needs.
Any questions for Diana on this piece? Not seeing any. Does the board agree with the public interest considerations that were identified by the committee? Okay, seeing broad head nods. Are there any additional points or considerations from a public interest standpoint that anyone would like to raise with respect to this decision? Okay, so with that, we will do our first high five of the day. So a reminder that we will use the high five to see if folks feel comfortable moving forward with a motion. And anything 4 or above in terms of the fingers that you raise means that you can live with the decision. So let's go ahead and see our first high five and moving to a motion on this one. And it looks good across the board. So I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
Thank you, sir. The motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the status quo for the financial planning and budgeting policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Serena?
Karina, second. Elsa, all in favor? Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, so we'll pass back to Diana to take us through the second policy.
Actually, Malcolm is in the waiting room now.
Okay.
So do you mind if we take a pause and pick up?
I'm fine with that.
Thanks, Anna.
Okay, wonderful. So we will pause, leave you in suspense about the financial condition policy. And with that, we will move on to the audit report presentation. And I'm going to pass to Fazelle just to introduce that.
Perfect. We'll just let Malcolm in, make sure he's on. Hey, Malcolm.
Hi, good morning, all.
Give me one. I'm just going to turn your volume up a little bit and introduce you. So everybody, this is Malcolm Vaz. He is the boots on the ground auditor. And I'll give you a little bit of background because there's quite a few new faces around the table. So Malcolm is part of the original auditor that used to do all our books, Sevitt and Associates. And they were, I guess, merged with Graywell Guyot several years ago now. And Malcolm has stayed on our file and has sort of got a very strong understanding of the college's finances and history and everything like that. Malcolm was also joined by a new team member, I think, on the audit this year, Sukunpreet, I believe.
Yes.
So we've had some fresh eyes on the file and a few new things. So Malcolm is here to present the audited financials for 2022. We've got Fizza on standby to speak to any particulars. Just as a scope check on this discussion item. So it's to talk about the financials and the audit. So Malcolm is here to speak about the process, to talk about any anomalies, if anything was uncovered or anything like that. If there's major particulars where you want to delve into a line item, typically those are discussed quarterly through Fizza's variance reports. If anything is of particular interest, we can get Fizza to speak to it. But really the scope of this is to focus on Malcolm and the Graywell Guyot's team's audit of the college's books, the process, and to make sure that the board is satisfied that all of the, I guess, accounting principles have been followed. And that the college is doing well in that end. So Malcolm, does that about sum up what you're going to be giving us a presentation on?
Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely. So I guess just before I get into it, and I know I'm just repeating what Fazal just said, but absolutely what my goal here is going to be is to present the audited statements, walk you through those, which you guys have already seen and reviewed, I'm sure, make some comments specific to that, but it is not so much my goal to be really looking at variance analysis actual to budget, because that's more a management function with the board, which you guys do monthly or quarterly anyway. But that said, if there's anything at a high level that you guys have queries on after I present, I'm more than happy to advise on. And I guess with that, I'll just get going unless there's any questions before I start.
I don't
I think
think
you're
so.
good.
Okay, would you like me to screen share Fizza, or would you like to screen share? It's just a
I
little
think we
easier.
have Carolyn set up for the audit report.
Okay. Perfect. So if you want to throw the financial statements on screen, and then I'll just walk through them and sort of have you move page by page as I go through it. Perfect. Awesome. So if we can, sorry, I'm just gonna keep it on my side screen as well, but I'll look at what you have. So if we can just move down another page, and we'll start at the auditor's report right there. So as always, my goal is to try and make this as informative as I can, which means it's not my point to just be reading back to you what you can read yourself on screen, but it's more to make comments and useful commentary on what we did and our findings, etc. So right off the bat, the auditor's report, as you know, is our final opinion on the audited statements. And as always, we have issued a clean opinion, which is the very first paragraph of the opinion report there. So what that means is we basically performed our audit in accordance with GAAP and ensuring that the college has been following the standards that they are required to follow for not-for-profit organizations like yourself. And based on all of our work, which includes substantive analysis, discussions with management, reviewing of data, invoices, etc., we have found absolutely nothing which puts the numbers outside the scope of this audit, and everything is fully in order. What I do like to add on, and again, this is quite repetitive if you've heard this spiel of mine year over year, but it is quite important just to clarify that an audit, not just for us related to the college, but for any auditor related to any engagement across any entity, is never ever intended to be a 100% verification of every single thing. So again, our goal, it is not our purpose to go in and look at every invoice and make sure that everything is 100% T's crossed, I's dotted. So the way the audit works is we look at the organization as a whole, we determine what would be material to this organization, and based on that materiality, we then tailor our processes and our work to meet that objective, which is what we've done here. A quick side comment, this is more audit specific to the industry, but our standards are forever increasing, never decreasing. So our institute is always increasing the level of responsibility which auditors are required to do in every audit. So an audit performed, let's say this year, fiscal 22, would be different to an audit that was performed even 3 years ago, 2019. So which is not to say that everything changes. It's just that we always do what we do, but we are usually required to do a little bit more as the standards get higher. So to that point, when I say higher, it's not that we are doing different things, but we are doing additional things. And the additional things in this case would be that there's a greater emphasis on discussions with management. So it's not so much just coming in blindly, looking at papers and yes, this is a legal expense. I see a legal invoice and it matches up. That's great. That is still part of our process, no doubt. But we also have more overreaching things, which is just discussion with management, speaking to things like processes, internal controls, covering things of risk of fraud, misappropriation, things of that, which have all been done this year by our team with Sukanpreet and in conjunction with management headed by Fazal and his team. So again, all fully in order and nothing nothing untoward there. So if we can keep going down, we'll get into the numbers now. So the rest of the audit, the rest of the opinion and the report, I'm not going to read through. That's all standard stuff. So we'll just pause here for a second at the statement of financial position. So once again, high level, and I will try not to go in line by line and get too detailed, but your statement of financial position is your snapshot of your assets and liabilities. So this is where the college stands in a one-day period at the end of the fiscal year. So there's total assets of just over $8 million, comprising of the various cash, GICs, interest, receivables, prepaids, etc., offset by liabilities, which are payables, and in your case, deferred revenue, since of course you collect your revenue for the following year ahead of the fiscal year end. So at a high level, that's what provides the 8 million less 3 million. So the college is in a cumulative surplus of just over $5 million as at the end of 21. If you just scroll down a little bit more, you'll just see that at the bottom of that page, the 5,021,000 right there. So, and I'll talk to that a little bit more because that's really, frankly, one of the most important numbers for the college in terms of its ongoing viability. So if we move forward to the next page, which is the statement of revenues and expenses, this obviously it is an income statement. So a 12-month report of total income, revenues, and total expenses incurred over the period. Again, not going line by line, but just very high-level comments. Registration fees have, of course, increased, which is a function both of the membership for the year increasing, as well as, of course, the reduced fees that were applied in 2021 that were then increased again in 2022. Similar with student fees, matching that, exam fees, etc. And then going down to the expense section, fairly standard, fairly comparable. The large component, as always, is salaries and benefits required to run the college, and then all the various other expenses. Council and committee, I'll just make a quick comment that, again, similar to last year, it is still being run mostly on virtual meetings. So there was not yet the move to go back to in-person meetings, which kind of reflects why that number has stayed relatively low and not increased as much as it perhaps was expected when the budget was done. The other expenses, again, like I said, are all there. I'm not going to go through each one, but overall, the number here that we really are focusing on is the 446,000 at the bottom, which is your fiscal 2022 positive variance for the year. So that number is part of the $5 million that I just mentioned earlier, which is your cumulative surplus for the year. So again, very positive situation to be in, a very healthy position, and exactly where the college wants to be in terms of its ongoing viability. Moving on to the next page. So the next page is just the statement of changes in net assets, a little more mundane, nothing really of note that adds to what I've already said. So as with all statements, you will see the same numbers showing up in various places. So again, if you're really focusing on column 4, you see the 5,021,000, which once again, like I said, is the total surplus for the year at the end of the year. Continuing down, I won't even really get into the next page, because this one is just a statement of cash flows. It adds nothing further, just other than to balance how the cash on hand reconciled from the opening to the closing, but it's all the same numbers presented differently. Finally, well, not finally, but now the notes, which are, as it says, an integral part of these financial statements. Without reading through the whole notes, I'm just going to see if there's anything I really want to comment on as I look aside and just read the notes on my side. Nature of operation, significant policies. The college obviously recognizes its revenue based on when it is incurred, not when it is received. So therefore, and this is consistent with all previous years. So even though you receive your 2023 revenues in December 22, that number does not form part of the 22 revenue. It is part of the future 23 revenue, which is why it's a liability as at the end of 2022 on these statements. Capital assets, no changes in the in the method of amortization, the government assistance note, I'm down on the next page. Sorry, if you just want to keep scrolling with me. The government assistance note is sort of irrelevant, to be honest, this year, but the reason it still stays in there is because it did apply in 21, so it applies to the comparatives. So this referenced the CEWS and the CERS, the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy that the college was able to avail of in 2021, but no longer qualified in 22. So there's no such income this year. So that note will obviously fall off in the future. Continuing down onto the next page, and note 3 just details the holdings in the various GICs, capital assets. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. I will pause on note 7 because I do want to just speak to this one as it's one of the more important numbers. So again, for probably the, I don't know, 4th time, we come back to that 5,021 number, 21,000 total surplus. I want to reiterate, because it's quite important to know that these allocations that we're looking at in this table between operating contingency, UPC, premises and strategic initiatives, and the general reserve are not allocations that are determined by the auditor, and they are not allocations that are determined by management. They are allocations that are determined by yourselves. So in conjunction with the executive committee, which then proposes it to the board yourselves, you guys really get to determine each year how you want to allocate that 5 million surplus. Given it's all unrestricted, this does not mean to say that you are limited to having to spend only from these particular pools. So for example, you have 650,000 that was allocated into a premises contingency. If for whatever reason you all wanted to spend on a new premises and it exceeded 650, it does not mean, oh no, we can't do anything more. This is just an unrestricted way of allocating what the board foresees they may be utilizing this overall surplus for. The one variance here, not variance, but the one change to note is on the second item, the operating contingency of 2.7 million. In the past, historically, the board has used a surplus of 6 months of operating expense, which was the 1.3 million. And this year, exec felt it was more prudent to increase that to a 1 year or 12-month operating expense in terms of setting up for that contingency. So again, you see that change up there from 1.3 to 2.7, which really also reflects in the last line, which is the reduction in the general reserve to reflect that. But overall, like I said, it's really the 5 million that you care about, which is your total. The rest of the notes are not really comment worthy. And again, continuing down and just going into the last page, which is the additional information schedule. That just, sorry, just one more page down, please. Sorry, I guess another page down. I'm just onto Schedule A in the, yeah, there we go. So again, this is just the honoraria and expenses for the various committees. No real comment here other than I believe, and like I said, not really my position because we are not auditors of the budgets, and so nor do we audit the budget or comment on the budget, but just as commentary, I believe a higher amount was expected in the council and committee expenses for the year when budgeted, because at the time there was an expectation that perhaps a lot of the meetings would move back to in-person, which didn't in fact happen. So again, 2022 ended up being very much like 21 in terms of virtual meetings, and that is reflected in the relative lower expense versus what the budget anticipated. So overall, that's really the gist of what I wanted to speak to. And of course, I'm now happy to discuss any queries or questions that you might have specific to these statements.
Great, thank you, Malcolm. So with that, we'll open the floor to questions from the board on the auditor's report. Yeah, go ahead, Stephen.
Malcolm,
Yes.
would you agree with me? I'm just going to make a broad statement, and you can agree or disagree with me on this, that the financial position that we're in now is as a result of input from everyone sitting around this table in this board of directors, everyone sitting behind me as appointed members, their input put into everything going together. All the committees everyone sits on, all the hard work that they do.
Yep.
Coming up with making recommendations to the board, who then give direction to staff, then staff carry out what the board directs them to through our CEO and deputy CEO. And as a result, and from the input from surveys that the registrants submit in, that are all taken into consideration on decisions, that's why the position that we're in today, it's a cooperative venture.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the board as it sits now is obviously the head of the animal, so to speak, that runs the entire thing. But as you correctly pointed out, it has to be a collaboration with all different ventures. So each committee having input, the board providing guidance to management then executing that as per the board's instruction, which, yes, overall puts this into the position you're in. So I know that's not a quantitative answer, so it doesn't answer like any specific number, but that is a perfect summary of just how the college operates functionally and efficiently in order to be well managed to ensure that it continues to do so.
Thank you. And I want to thank each and every person here and online that contributed towards the situation that we're in now. You've done a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Other thoughts, questions, reflections? Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
Malcolm, I just wanted to thank your organization again for a incredibly positive experience with this entire process. I mean, your team, I've seen you guys for years as I've been appointed and into it being an elected, and the team is always very thorough and very professional. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that comment. So sorry, I'm just going to take a very quick sidetrack. I promise I won't be long, but just to touch base on what Fazal said at the start, he just name dropped Sukhpreet, and I should just explain a little clearer. So I have obviously been part of the college's audit for many, many years, going back to the Peter Sevitt days. And Peter, as you guys know, then merged in with Grewal Guyot. Sukhpreet is not merely a new staff member. So Sukhpreet is actually the head of our Grewal Guyot audit team. So we have I won't call it a new division, but we have an expanding division of assurance, audit being part of that. And Sukhpreet is the lead partner for that division. So Sukhpreet is really someone who's going to be heading our division for a long time going forward. And it's a name you guys are going to get very familiar with. But as always, I'm not going anywhere, so I will very much be around. But we look forward to working collaboratively with the board and management going forward as well.
Wonderful. Cool. Great. Any other feedback or questions? Looking around, I'm not seeing any additional feedback for you, Malcolm. So with that, we will move to a motion then, Stephen.
Thank you. And the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the 2022 audited financial statements as presented. Do I have a mover? Rob? Second? Derek? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Not seeing any. The motion carries.
Okay. So thank you, Malcolm, for that presentation. And with that, we will say farewell until next time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining, Malcolm.
Yeah, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay. Wonderful. So with that, we can continue on then with our board policy review and updates that we know everyone was anxiously awaiting. And we'll pass the floor back to Diana to continue on with the second policy piece.
Thank you, Sarah. We will now look at the financial condition policy, which is 4.4 on the agenda. This policy states that the COO and the registrar CEO shall not cause or allow the development of unnecessary financial risk, and that the registrar CEO shall not cause or allow material deviation of expenditures from the board priorities established in the strategic outcomes policy. No updates are being proposed for this policy at this time, as it appears the policy remains relevant to meet the board's needs.
Okay, thank you, Diana. Are there any questions on this one? From anyone? No questions. We might need to get some more coffee in here. Okay, what about thinking about the public interest considerations that were identified by the committee? Is the board in agreement with those public interest considerations? I'm seeing
Yes.
nodding, hearing some yeses. Are there any additional public interest considerations that we should highlight with respect to this decision? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so with that, we will show a show of high five before moving to a motion. And that looks like everyone. So Stephen, on to you.
Okay, motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the status quo for the financial condition policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover? Kevin? Second? Tanya? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. So Diana will go on to policy number 3.
We will look at the discipline committee terms of reference and mandate policy, which are up on the screen for everyone's reference. This policy outlines the composition, authority, accountabilities, and responsibilities of the discipline committee. No updates are being proposed for this policy at this time, as it appears this policy remains relevant to meet the board's needs.
Okay, any questions? Peace. Okay. Not seeing any. Does the board agree with the public interest considerations identified by the committee on this piece? Okay, again, I'm seeing nodding heads. Are there additional public interest considerations that we should highlight here? Not seeing any. So once again, we will do a high five before moving to a motion on this piece. And I am seeing all hands up. So with that, I will pass then to Stephen again.
The motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the proposed amendments to the discipline committee terms of reference policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover? Alicia, second. Peggy, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and then back to you, Diana, for the last policy.
Finally, we'll return to the role of committee chairperson policy. This policy outlines the mandate, scope, and responsibilities of the position of committee chair. No updates are being proposed for this policy currently, as it appears that it remains relevant to meet the board's needs.
Okay, so once again, we will open the floor to questions or thoughts with respect to this policy. Not seeing any. Is the board in agreement with the public interest considerations that were identified by the committee? Okay, I'm hearing yes. Any additional public interest considerations that anyone feels should be noted here? Go
Sarah,
ahead,
just
Stephen.
Just that it just shows to the public and to our members watching on YouTube that these policies are not just drafted and stuck in a binder and stuck up on a shelf somewhere. They are reviewed by the governance committee. I think they've done a very admirable job of going over these. They're in-depth policies that they've gone through and looked at them with the assistance of our general counsel, looking at, do they apply today? And obviously the choice is that, yes, they do. The policies were actually built in advance because we're keeping the status quo. And so therefore, the governance committee has done an excellent job in reviewing these and should be commended.
Stephen, may I
Yes.
ask- sorry,
ahead,
apologies.
Derek.
Sorry. May I ask a question just about, to Amy, actually, about clarification? Part C of 3C down there. Committee generally has no individual authority to make decisions, what did I see? Oh, it moved up on me. The committee chair has procedural, has no individual authority to make decisions. However, nothing in this policy prevents the committee chair from, and it's C that I'm wondering about, making any other decisions that are delegated to the committee chair by the committee. Is that something that the committee should have the ability to do, is to delegate its own decision making, or is that something that would be a board request?
So I think that's just put in there in case there's a need for the committee chair to, attend a meeting or something where they might be representing the committee in another setting. So it's just to give that flexibility. But certainly the board can always delegate to a committee chair something that they think would be appropriate. It's just typical that we're speaking of the committee as a whole in that context, right? So
When we're talking about the committee as a whole, we're talking about whatever committee we're talking about, right? We're not talking about the board in that role. It's the committee would have that ability to delegate.
exactly. Here, it's the committee saying, we know the chair is going to go and represent the views of the committee at this meeting, for example. So, I think these decisions are meant to be minor in nature. We're not talking about the committee chair going off and be the committee saying, hey, chair, we don't want to actually exercise our authority. We want the chair to do that on our behalf. I think the board would have to intervene at that point if that were the case.
And my question is the
Yeah.
language too permissive in that sense, in the fact that it could do that?
That's up to the board.
Okay, so I just wanted to get.
That's entirely up to the
clarification on
board,
that
yeah.
point.
Thanks for raising that, Derek. Any additional thoughts or feedbacks, either with respect to the issue that Derek has raised or on any other pieces from anyone on the board?
So just to be clear, I'm raising a question because it's a question. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's wrong per se. I just wanted to have it noted and have a conversation about it.
Any additional thoughts on that piece, considerations? Okay, not seeing any. Let's see a show of high five then on moving to a motion on this policy. Okay, and that looks like everyone. So I will go ahead and pass the floor to Stephen then.
Sir, and the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the status quo for the role of committee chairperson policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover? Peggy, second. Derek, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Hey. Okay, so thank you, everyone. So we are now going to look at the monitoring reports, starting with the financial condition monitoring report, and we will be inviting Fazal Khan, the Register and CEO, to lead us through that. Before we do, I want to just remind us all of the purpose of the monitoring reports, which is really to have a system in place to periodically check in on some of the board's governance policies to make sure that they're achieving the desired results. The monitoring process is one of the primary ways that the board exercises its risk management responsibility. And the policies in the governance manual have established risk boundaries that the registrar is to operate within. And the registrar is required to satisfy the board through these reports that the policy is being reasonably interpreted and reasonably achieved. So when these monitoring reports are brought forward, the board is always asked two main questions. The first being, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And secondly, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? A reminder that the feedback that the board provides will inform the evaluation of the registrar's performance and by consequence, the organization's performance. And so ahead of Fazal's presentation, once that follows, again, we will lead a conversation through those two key questions that I noted. So with that, Fazal, I will pass to you to take us through the report.
Okay, so the first one, as we said, is the financial condition policy monitoring report. You would have seen this for many of you, the same report or same style of report about 6 months ago. This one is covering the period between June 2022 to May 2023. So I'm just going to point out a few things that might be of interest, but the report is in your package and it's in the package for the public to see or any attendees. We ended the year with a $446,000 surplus, giving us a cumulative audited surplus of $5 million thereabouts. As far as expenditures go, we had sufficient liquidity during the year, and we had no major material unbudgeted spending in 2022. In fact, we were under budget about 13%, and that had a lot to do with a few things. One for sure was board and committee meetings. We had built or budgeted 2022 with more in-person meetings, which we actually didn't do. So that brought us in considerably. We had fewer complaints than that we expected to investigate. Deferral of the multi-source feedback. So I'm not using acronyms here. So multi-source feedback is a part of the quality assurance program. It's where we send out surveys to members or registrants to complete, and they have to survey. It's like a 360 review. They have to send surveys to their clients and colleagues. So it's an expensive process, and it's one that we had sort of held off during the pandemic. And then decided to hold off further indefinitely as we changed the quality assurance program. So that amount was in the 2022 budget, but not used. As well, between Q1 and Q3, most of our external events were still being held virtually. So that sort of travel budget hadn't actually been used. So you've heard every quarter all these budget line variances, but that sort of is the big picture there. As far as debt goes, because we're in a positive situation, we tend to not borrow any money, and that's been the case in during 2022 and Q1 of 2023. And we were in a good position that we didn't actually have to access any reserve funds during 2022, even though we had we were anticipating using reserves with the reduced registrant fee for 2022. As far as restricted reserves, the therapy and counseling fund was accessed, $2,000 in 2022 and about $400 so far in Q1 of 2023. And I think that's about it. The financial condition of the college is being reported quarterly to the executive/finance committee, and then out to the board also on a quarterly basis. So all of you are able to see variances and get explanations. So essentially that is this report in a nutshell, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Any broad questions? Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Just give me 30 seconds, Kevin. I'll light you up there. You're on?
This one. Thank you. It was noted that we were expecting a deficit, but we did not. Is it just because the lower expenditures, or was there another reason why we didn't?
So a couple of the things, like when we didn't do the multi-source feedback, that was about $45,000. We anticipated a little bit lower renewal rate. So that actually didn't come to pass, luckily. So renewals were strong. We also had a bit of a bump up as a correction in exams. So we had a lot more people writing exams that were on hold during the pandemic. So we did a bit of a catch-up year. So we actually aren't going to be probably in that spectacular a number for 2023. It'll be more normal. So there was a bunch of different things that contributed to us staying in the black.
Okay. Any other questions, clarity, or comments for Fazal? Okay. Any concerns with the registrar's interpretation of the financial condition policy? Any steps taken that anyone was uncomfortable with? Okay, not noting any. We will do a test for consensus using our I-5 before doing some motions. Looks like everyone is comfortable, so we'll go ahead and pass to Stephen. There will be two motions for this piece.
Okay, and the first motion that we're seeking is that the board approves the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover? Diana? Kevin, second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And the second motion that we're seeking is that the board agrees that the register CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover? Rob? Second?
Oh, Netta.
Netta, thank you. Sorry, Netta, I didn't see. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries.
Okay, so we'll pass the floor back to Fazal to present the investment policy monitoring report.
Okay, an equally exciting report. So the last one was approved in October, the policy was approved in October 2018. And the last time you saw a report like this was October 2021, or sorry, that it was reviewed. This is covering the period of January to May. So I'll just go through a couple of things just again for the interest of those who are listening in and some of the new faces around the table. Our investment funds management portion of this, we are very much focused on making sure that it's a capital preservation strategy and an accessibility direction so that we've always got access to our funds easily to make sure that we meet our financial obligations throughout the year. So investment wise, we try to keep a liquidity ratio of over 2.0, which is our ability to cover our liabilities and obligations. Most of our revenue, I would say 95% of our revenue is 95% of our revenue is gathered at the end of the previous year in December, as most of our revenue comes from registrant fees. The next bigger chunk comes from exams, which are happening throughout the year. So we typically invest any unneeded funds in GICs because they are insured and safe. And while they're a modest yield, we always have access to our funds quite easily. So we have about $1 million that came due in GICs, which we'll be reinvesting shortly. And we have 7 GICs still out there, ranging from 4.35 to 4.75. So these were invested last year as unfortunately inflation started getting out of hand and interest rates were going up. So we were able to avail ourselves of some really good rates. And they are sort of diversely invested. We use the assistance of a financial planner over at BMO Nesbitt Burns to give us a hand with that. And typically myself, the accounting specialist, Fiza, and our deputy registrar, Amy, will have a meeting each time any of these things are coming up for investment with the investment advisor and give direction. We will look at what the expected expenses are coming up at us for the quarter and make a decision whether we leave a certain chunk of money in high interest or high yield savings account or we're able to park the money. We typically like to make sure we have more than enough to make sure that we meet all our obligations. But whatever can be tucked away, we typically invest for about a year. So reports, the financial statements are given to the executive committee regularly. The finance committee looked at them just a couple of weeks ago in May of 2023. And basically that sums up this report. And I'm happy to take any questions if any of the board members have some.
Okay, thank you, Fazal. Questions, feedback, comments from the board? Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Just to clarify,
do we
Fazal,
have?
we don't invest a set amount of our surplus every year. It's as per discussion with the office.
So, yeah, so the surplus, the 4 million or that thereabouts, is pretty much broken up. We have an operating budget of about $3 million. So we try to make sure that we have enough per quarter in there, but anything, including those surpluses, are invested.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional feedback or concerns with the registrar's interpretation of the investment policy? Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I just wanted to commend staff that for when it comes to sitting down to look at the investment policies, 3 eyes are better than 2 to look at it. And I thank staff for doing that. And obviously it's paying off. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other comments or questions related to the interpretation of the policy? Is there anything that anyone was not comfortable with? Okay. Not noting any. So with that, we will look for a high five before moving on to the motions. If everyone can give a show of hands. The high five. Okay, super. So I'll pass to Stephen again to take us through two motions.
Thank you. And the first motion we're seeking is that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Mover? Tanya? Diana, second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And the second motion is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Mover? Rob? Second. Alicia? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so we are a few minutes ahead of the agenda. We're just flying through our items here. So I'm thinking we may want to move a couple of items from after lunch ahead to this morning.
So absolutely, I just want to check because I think Dorina is technically up on the agenda right after lunch, so don't want to put you on the spot, but if you would.
No problem.
Are you ready to go?
That's right.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
Okay, so let me just get your microphone.
My voice here.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so
So since we're on a very positive upswing with the CEO's report, I have the pleasure to say that my job for this presentation was to bring about the topic of the board's strategic agenda work plan policy monitoring report, was to serve a little bit as a check-in to make sure the board is staying on track with its commitment to creating annual work plans. So we're meeting, we're talking, but do we stay on track? So based on my small research here, I have made my conclusions, but the purpose of all this is the period of time that we're monitoring here is 2021, May 2021 to May 2023. And thanks for putting that up on board. So a previous report was made and was approved as, yes, we were sitting on track, but it was at its beginning. So we were not really looking to see what we've done, but we were just beginning to monitor. So now we have a little bit of result. So we are looking at mainly three things. Does the board agree with how the policies are interpreted? Does the board agree with the evidence that is identified in the report? And does the board have any further recommendations? So this is a topic without a need for motion, but it is a discussion among us here. So for the purpose of diversity and equity, those are the three questions. And the public interest consideration is, do we do what we say we do? So I have looked up a few meetings. So the strategic work plan policy 421 was initially, just a second, let me look at my my work here. I need to zoom it because I have weak glasses, right? So the board is responsible for leading its own strategic governance goals and agenda as well as for regular board meetings. So did we do that? So the board interpretation of policy as a governance process previously we have all this posted in our website. Just reminding you that we have put it up there in December 2018. We revised it in 2022. And we detail the rationale and processes that board uses to monitor planned items. So I noticed that we did, due to revising 3 meetings. One was December 2021, the board of directors that reviewed the plan in item 21, which was voted and approved. The board meeting on May 2022, the item 7.0 was another meeting where we approved the monitoring report. And the last one was December 2022. The item was 15 when we voted and approved the situation. So my observation was that we're going on track, but there are situations that are circumstantial. So for example, the registration regulation updates are awaiting Ontario government approval for policy development for refraction standards of practice. And we're waiting the stakeholders input. But if we look at the conclusion, we can say that we did comply with, and it's fully achieved because we're now awaiting other people's input. Moving down on point number 2, the annual board strategic agenda work plan will be recorded such that each board member can see at a glance board work plan. So the material that was given to us to study before the meeting was actually truly color coordinated. And we can see truly at a glance where we stand. We did this, we did that, we have to do this, we have to add this more. So I decided that is it also completed and achieved, because we said we're going to do this and we did. And down on point 3, the need for a new governing policy or a need to update the governing policy can be identified or suggested by directors of the board or the registrar and so forth. And I noticed that the board interpretation of policy criteria by submitting potential policy developments or reports address topics of high importance, like, for example, policy item number 4, annual processes, and item number 2 in policy strategic. So I'm talking here about material that is available for everybody to check and see, posted on our website. So did we do that? Yes. On our meeting on May 2022, May 28, item 11, the board meeting. This is an example I'm giving you just to remind you that we did such a thing. A COVID-19 guideline update was voted to comply with the public health restrictions to have been lifted in healthcare settings. So there's no recommendation that I had found to be given, and I gave this this part of my report also completion fully achieved standard. So in short, I would like to say that this is my takeaway. So the board has been keeping with its commitment to create periodically and review its annual work plan. The board has also met the policy requirement on ensuring the work plan is accessible and readable. And as a result, we're kind of fully compliant for all policy areas. So I will pass this to Sarah to invite you to further discuss this. And it was a pleasure to do the research on this to see if we did what we said we were going to do. And I was happy to see that we did, but here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorina, for that presentation and for that report. Before I open the floor to questions, Amy, was there any additional context that we needed to provide at all there, or any additional notes before we go to questions?
No, I think Dorina was very thorough. So it's just that check-in again on the board monitoring that it's doing what they say they're going to be doing. So happy to answer any questions on that as well.
Perfect. Questions? Yes, see Tanya's hand.
So just for clarity, the strategic plan is not complete, but it's been coded of what things we need to kind of refocus in on, or whereabouts we're at on each of those different kind of points on the strategic plan?
Yes,
Okay.
it's circumstantial, like if something is primordial to be taken care of, will be taken care of, but we're still keeping an eye on what we said we were going to achieve.
So the timelines are correct then?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or feedback, comments? Yeah, Diana, Diana and then Stephen.
Good job. Thanks for doing that. That's great. And I just wanted to point out one typo on page 1 there, where it says work plan policy is attacked as appendix A as opposed to attached. But I think Dorina really got in there and attacked it. Yeah.
And we on the administrative team will take credit for that one. That was not Dorina's typo. So thank you, Diane.
Thank
No,
you
it's
for that,
accurate.
kid. Stephen.
During it, yes, just what Diana said. Great job. Anyone that's done one of these monitoring reports knows that when you first get it, it's, oh my God, what have I got myself into? But thank you for taking the time. It's a lot to decipher through. You did an excellent job. And it also shows, again, that the board is carrying through, what the public expects of us, and also what our registrants expect of us too. So very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, feedback? Any action items that anyone's noting that should be raised or recommended? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, we can move to a high five. Well, actually, no, we don't need to because we don't have any recommendations. So with that, I will simply thank Dorina. Again, we don't need a motion for this one, but a thank you for that presentation. Would we like to keep motoring on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So with that, yeah, that's right. We will now move on to 7.0. So I will invite Amy Stein, our Deputy Registrar, to take us through the mid-year review of the board annual strategic agenda.
Great, thank you, Sarah. And this is coming perfect after Dorina's presentation. She has confirmed that the board has been doing this on a regular basis, and then here we are doing exactly that. So hopefully you'll recall that every year in December, this board approves a strategic agenda work plan for the year. So it's taking your strategic plan and sort of mapping out what are those key benchmarks that you want to hit for each quarter. So we like to bring that back, and this is part of that policy that Dorina was monitoring, that midway through the year, we bring that agenda work plan back to the board to have a look. Are we on track? How are we trending for meeting all of those benchmarks as the year goes on? Now, we set out with certain intentions in December, but new information often becomes available as the year actually gets going. So we've noted a couple of spots on this work plan where there have been things moved around and sort of the rationale for that. So there's a few of them, but there's sort of two main areas that I want to highlight for the group, which first being there was a hope that this meeting you would have some work from the Clinical Practice Committee coming on the refraction standard of practice. The reason that's not coming to you at this point is because that requires a pretty significant stakeholder consultation session. Either soon after I speak today or definitely by this afternoon, you're going to be hearing from the registration committee on all of the work that they've been doing on registration policies to get us in shape for the summer. And that had to be sort of bumped up in terms of urgency because of regulations that were approved by the Ontario government this year that are all around post-pandemic strategies for planning for the next time around and getting certain mechanisms in place. That has sort of lit a fire under registration committee to get certain work done in the spring. That involved a lot of stakeholder consultations. So we were sending emails out to registrants throughout the spring, inviting them to participate, inviting them to provide feedback. And we felt the refraction standard of practice was not going to get the attention that it deserved. It was going to get sort of lost in the mix. And that is a really important one. So that consultation is going to be going ahead soon, we hope, now that these registration pieces are more or less finished, at least for the consultation portion. So that will hopefully be coming to you in the fall. And then finally, you'll see some shifting around of the governance policy review schedule. The main reason for that is there were a number of policies poised to come to the board and the governance committee earlier in the year, just for their sort of check-in on a every 3-year cycle is usually the standard. A lot of those policies had to do with the registrar CEO's performance evaluation process. But as it happens for this year, we are working with a new consultant for that process, and we wanted to give her a chance to go through that cycle once under our current system, and for her to be able to give some feedback, and for the subcommittee to be able to debrief with her, sit down and look at, say, are there maybe some changes that we want to recommend governance committee consider for this process going forward. So there was some changes to the schedule on that. So those policies are now slated to come before governance committee and then to the board in the fall. So you'll be seeing those soon. So those are the big changes for things that have shifted around. If we can scroll down to the appendix, you'll see we can look at your first quarter here, and that's reflected. You see in red those governance policies that were moved to October. You'll see there was one item in the operational side that is on your agenda today, which is approval of the pre-election training module. Most of the other things, though, are in green, and that's reflecting that they were completed on schedule. Now we've gotten to the next quarter of the year already, which is on your next page, and you'll see some of the things that have been shifted around in terms of governance policies, which were added and completed in blue. Refraction, we've still kept in red because that's not complete as of yet, but all of your other pieces are in green. So I will pause there and see if there are any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Amy. Questions for Amy from the board? Yeah, Tanya.
Sorry, Tony, just give me 1 sec.
I think just a comment, and that I really appreciate that this is kind of a, like, that there's fluidity to this, and that we're able to kind of make those changes and pause things, and that we're ahead of the game, and taking the recognition that, you know, there's some things that we do have to reprioritize, even though that wasn't maybe the original plan. And also I think that really shows like this tool is really working for us, and that like we're not just filling out or using tools to use tools, that it actually is working and there's a really good purpose to it. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Tanya. Any other questions, comments, or feedback on the work plan for Amy? Okay, Amy, I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will use a high five before going into a motion on the work plan. Okay, very good. So Stephen?
Okay, the motion that we're seeking is to approve the work plan as presented or as amended. Do I have a mover?
Dorina? Oh,
Rena, second? Rob? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
okay. I'll do just another agenda check as we continue to fly through agenda items.
Because we've got about 20 minutes or so
Mhm.
before scheduled lunch. Like, Rob, are you in a place where you can start that?
Oh, we can, but it may need more than 3 minutes. for the
Mm.
person.
Meteor.
I also wonder, this may be something of interest to people who are tuning in, who might be waiting for a particular time on the agenda to tune in for these items, because I know they're very sort of public, of public importance.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So it's a fee, though.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Derek?
Would it be reasonable to effectively extend at lunch so we can keep the time where it's supposed to be rather than flying through anymore?
If everybody's okay with that. Yeah, like definitely because we're broadcasting, it would be good.
Yeah, and we will be technically getting to these registration policies a little bit earlier than we had on schedule, just based on having moved some of these items. But perhaps over lunch, we'll just confer on that to see what the best path, but
Let member applications. Would not be a good time for that.
We could do that. Or do you want to knock off committee appointments?
Actually, that would be a good one to take
Yeah.
care of. It's relevant to this board table only, not necessarily as relevant to the
Okay, I'm seeing some nods, so why don't we move to committee appointments? And then if we're still ahead, we'll move to a bit of an earlier extra couple of minutes for lunch for everyone.
Yes.
Okay, so we're moving on to 12.0, the committee appointments. And so Stephen Kinsella, our board chair, will present that piece.
Okay, at the April meeting, the board appointed Alicia Onion to the screening committee and the discipline committee. And before the board is the executive committee's recommendation to appoint Alicia to the registration committee. This recommendation was based on Omar's appointment ending in October of this year and providing an opening for a public member to take his place. So I'll open the floor if there's any questions at this time.
Any questions on this piece? Yeah, go ahead,
The
Derek.
only question I would have is out of respect to Alicia, whether or not we've thrown a couple things at you. You're brand new. Are you comfy jumping in with registration?
I am. It depends what you guys need me to.
That'll be him.
He wants cookies.
Put them under the desk.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. We have a couple of public members, and with Omar being there till the fall, it will be a good transition.
We figured
Yeah.
that that should be fine.
Okay, thank you for that question, Derek. Any other questions? Okay, so with that, Stephen, I will pass back to you for a motion.
Okay, and the motion that we're taking is to recommend that the board appoint Alicia Munyon to the registration committee. All in favor? First, so do I need to move her first?
Yes, we need a-
Yes.
There we go.
Diana, Netta, second, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will let you out about 20 minutes early for lunch. A reminder that, Fazal gave some opening information about where folks can go. And then a reminder that our lunch will end. We are back at, is it 1 o'clock? Now on my location here.
I know my papers are
I
everywhere.
know. As we are maneuvering around the agenda. So we will resume the afternoon session at 1 o'clock. And look forward to seeing everyone then.
I was gonna suggest that if anyone wants to do a quick tour of the office, we
Sure.
are so far ahead that we can do that. And then we're gonna take off for lunch, so. Okay,
Wonderful.
so let me just
Enjoy, everyone.
turn on the mics on.
This is not like a funny thing, like it's not.
Okay, we should get cracking soon.
Downtown. Okay, everybody, if we can just get everyone to take our seats. You can close the door. Okay, everyone, showtime. If I get everybody, all board members to take their seats, please. All right, we're gonna get live, we're going live in a moment.
Someone's alarm.
Okay. We're ready to roll.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a chance to get outside with the beautiful weather. If you're here in the offices and had a couple of moments for a nice lunch. We are back. I want to just cover off a couple of items before we jump into the agenda. We were slightly ahead of schedule before lunch. So if you're just tuning in for the afternoon, items 6.0, 7.0, and 12.0 occurred before lunch. So you can always rewind the live stream if you want to catch those items. So we will be resuming this afternoon, starting with items 8.0, the registration policies instead. So with that, I think we are all set to jump straight into the agenda. So I will be inviting Rob Fazina, the chair of registration, to take us through the registration policies. And we're going to start with the currency of practice policy. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay,
Sorry, Rob, I will light you
Oh,
up.
yes, we got to light up, Rob.
Woohoo.
Okay, you're on.
as you know, the College of Opticians is seeking amendments to the registration regulations. The proposed amendments were submitted to the Ministry of Health in 2017 for probably the fourth time and are currently waiting final approval. In light of these upcoming changes, it was necessary to create a number of new policies to support the new regulatory requirements. The new policies will come into effect when the Ontario government approves the amendments to the registration regulation. The registration committee is currently taking steps to ensure the policies are in place by August 31st of this year, which is when the amendments to the regulations may be approved by the Ontario government. So the first one is the currency of practice. So one of the changes that will happen when the amendments to the regulation are approved is that registered opticians will be required to demonstrate currency of practice on an ongoing basis. In other words, opticians will be required to show that their skills, knowledge, and judgment are up to date. The proposed currency of practice policy sets out the steps opticians will need to take to meet this requirement. A draft of the policy is included in your meeting materials for your review. Opticians will be required to declare their practice hours every year at annual renewal. Those who have engaged in at least 500 hours within the previous 3 years period will be considered current. The proposed policy includes the types of activities that will qualify as practice hours and outline the steps optician needs to take if they don't meet the said requirements. The activities that we decided that will count as practice hours are dispensing eyeglasses, contact lenses, subnormal vision devices, and related duties, teaching opticianry at an accredited opticianry program in Canada, supervising students and intern opticians, directly supervising and managing staff engaged in dispensing, completing advanced learning courses in opticianry or optical sciences at an accredited institution, presenting continuing education activities that have been accredited by the college, completing up to a maximum of 4 years of 4 hours of self-directed continuing education activities. When developing the policy, we considered the practices of other Ontario health regulatory bodies and empirical evidence concerning knowledge and skill retention. We all know that people's skills and knowledge drops the longer they're away from practice. So both research documents are included in your meeting materials for your reference. At this time, the committee is proposing a policy that mirrors the current registration requirements. This will ensure. I apologize. Additionally, the registration committee sought feedback from the college stakeholders by inviting them to complete an online survey. The survey is included in your meeting materials for your reference. The survey received a total of 59 respondents, and it was mostly positive. 83% of them anticipated being able to meet the currency requirement on an ongoing basis. There were some suggestions made in form of additional activities that would qualify as practice hours, and they were taken into consideration, and we did make some changes. The committee also included a provision that allows opticians who are not meeting the 500-hour requirement to submit additional activities for review and consideration by the registration committee. So we felt that we couldn't regulate everything. So we think we're probably getting 95 to 99% of the opticians. And then each one, if they have a question or they say, hey, I've done this, we'll look at them on an individual basis. So no one should be excluded. The committee also considered public interest and diversity, equity, and inclusion when developing the policy. The committee recognized the requirement for opticians to demonstrate currency of their knowledge and skills on an ongoing basis as being in the public interest. The aim of the proposed policy is to set the minimum currency requirement at a level that would ensure public safety while not creating unnecessary barriers for opticians who are not practicing on a full-time basis. In the committee's view, the proposed policy, which sets out the minimum requirement at 500 hours over a 3-year period, will strike this balance. The committee also considered the impact of the proposed policy on opticians who may have different individual needs or circumstances. And we noted that setting the currency requirement for 500 hours over a 3-year period would account for the opticians who take a leave of absence or are working part-time. The proposed policy also allows the registration committee to consider one's individual circumstances. I would like to open the floor. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, so open the floor to questions. Derek, can go ahead first.
The first thing that pops to my mind is that we have a quality assurance program that includes a professional portfolio, which his mandate is to actually keep currency for the membership. How is this not a version of double jeopardy? Basically, if we're saying that you keep up on your quality assurance and you're considered current, but hey, now you also have to do these 500 hours and all of this other stuff to stay current.
The idea was that by reading alone is not likely to be enough. So following your policies and adhering to that and doing all your practicums and all of that is not going to be enough. You have to practice.
And is there a foundational concept that actually provides some validity to that perception?
I'll let Amy come on that one.
So sure. One thing just to back this up a little bit is the requirement for currency itself. That was something that was decided by the board, I think 8 or 9 years ago at this point when the amendments to the regulation were submitted.
Okay.
And really the impetus was to align with most other regulated health professions that, number one, all of the regulated health professions have a quality assurance program that's mandated. And virtually all the other health professions also have currency requirements. They're seen as being different. So quality assurance is about making sure that you're catching up with the latest in developments in your profession and keeping up with, with your learning. Currency is about actually using the skills that you've learned. So they're actually measuring different things. So if you think about it in terms of someone who graduated their program and is off into the profession and exercising the skills that they learned as entry to practice requirements, some of those are going to change and develop, and you're going to need to be up on the latest of the new technologies that impact your profession. But if you're not using those basic skills, you're also going to lose some of those as well. And there's research that the committee looked at both now in setting that bar of what the number of hours is going to be, but also 8 or 9 years ago when they were looking at the rationale for a currency requirement in the first place. It's that question of de-skilling, not of learning what the latest in developments are, which is really more what the quality assurance program is focused on. So you're right, there's some overlap, but they are actually meant to target slightly different areas of your knowledge, skill, and judgment.
So follow up to that, something I think needs to be changed, because on the quality assurance practice currently includes the ability to bluntly put accreditations in that are a review of material that we learned in school. And if we're the concept behind the quality assurance program is to keep us current and involved in what's new, then doing what we did 20 years ago doesn't make sense.
They're both. I don't take that to mean that the quality assurance program is strictly about the latest. It is covering the full breadth of what is included in your ongoing competencies. But the impetus and the rationale for a quality assurance program is slightly different than a currency requirement. And most professions have both.
Is there any way we could use different words?
I mean, there-
Because I mean, quality assurance is talking about keeping me current and registration is talking about keeping me current. And I'd like to, as a professional member, representing professional members, I'm current. So I'm kind of getting kind of caught up in the weeds here as to why it feels like we have two things trying to do the same thing.
Currency of practice versus current.
Gazelle?
Like, I think for this discussion, we should use current because it aligns with other regulated health professions. And we can put a pin in and go back to quality assurance to maybe tweak their language. But I don't think we should deviate from currency in this context, in the registration.
I guess what I'm trying to determine is that we're not having two committees doing the same job separately without talking to each other. And that's where I was concerned that this was taking us.
Did that clarity help?
Yep.
Okay, so then I saw Dorina and then Diana and then Tanya. Go ahead, Dorina.
Okay, so regarding currency, registrants that was away from their practice for 3 years was okay to return on basis of being current with quality assurance acquisition of hours. And now you're saying that the same person is not okay to return because they have now practiced minimum of 500 hours in this 3 years period?
Not necessarily. We're not saying they're not fit. Is they're going to have to go through a process and they may have to do a gap analysis to see where their skills and knowledge.
This was
lie.
not there before.
It was not there before. It was deemed that just being current and doing a few hours each year may not be enough.
So it was not there before because it was not taken care of, or it was there before, but nobody paid attention to that.
Currency was not there. The
Because you're
500
saying that this is years before now in play.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
So you said that this statement that you made about currency is being in works for many years. But we never required those people that were away from their practice to have minimum 500 hours of practice, whichever they are within the 3 years. But they had the quality assurance on their bag and they were fine to re-register.
They had the QA component,
Yeah.
but it was deemed that they need 500 hours to maintain currency.
And is deemed as of the last meeting of the registration committee.
As of the
Just
last
to clarify, are you wondering when this was
Yes.
put into place?
Yes.
2017, I believe, is when the first went in.
I can give some context, yeah. So the requirement isn't actually in effect yet because the regulation hasn't been approved by the Ontario government. But it was decided by the council at the time back in 2017, when these amendments were submitted, that we should align with the standard across health professions that there be a currency requirement. What that currency requirement is going to be is that's what this policy is looking to deal with. So we're going to have a requirement in place in our regulation that says very broadly that registrants who are holding a certificate as a registered optician are going to need to demonstrate every 3 years that they have stayed current, that their skills are current. So it's up to this board to decide how do we give effect to that regulatory requirement. And how we give effect to it is to have a policy in place. And the registration committee has been working on this policy and saying, okay, we're going to take that regulatory requirement and try and figure out what that's going to look like in practice. So we need to have our registrants demonstrate currency. What is currency for our purposes? So the registration committee is saying, we're going to propose 500 hours over a 3-year period. And here's how it works. Here's how it will work if someone hasn't hit that 500 hour. They might need to do a refresher or take other steps in order to close that gap. So it's the method of achieving that new regulatory requirement that this college requested and that may come into effect as early as the end of the summer.
We have Diana next.
I've got a few questions around that. So this is something that could come into legislation as early as this summer, right? And who, you said it was submitted or proposed, who, by us?
By us.
By us in 2017.
Yes.
Okay. I'm kind of trying to digest Derek's point at the same time, and I can see that overlap, but the thought I had when I was reading through it was, I wondered if, for example, somebody who's come out of school and doesn't practice for 5 years should be treated very differently than somebody who's practiced for 20 years and then takes a few years off.
Absolutely.
So if there should be some seniority measure within that, so that there's different qualifications required. And it seems like somehow that those quality assurance measures should be make up part of the approved hours or something. I'm not sure.
Giselle?
So definitely, the committee's there, like the policy sets out, we're trying to hit the maybe 90-10 or 80-20 rule where we capture most of it in this policy, but the fallback is that the committee is always ready to meet to hear a registrant and their unique situation and evaluate, would that contribute to currency that we haven't hit in this policy. So that fallback is there, I believe, right?
It's there. So right now, if somebody wants to reapply, let's say they've been gone out of the country or whatever for 3 years. If it's 4 years, we'll get their information, we'll get their package, and we take into account how long have they been practicing, what were they doing? Did they just graduate in 2002? Did they work for 20 years? Did they work for 3? So all that is taken into account before we reach a decision on what the final outcome is.
And that's done on an individual.
That's done on an individual
Right.
basis.
Right now, it's done on an individual basis. I should say, if we could maybe scroll down to the second page of the policy, because that's where it's dealt with in this case. So if we scroll down a little bit further, okay, so the section around, right, we can stop here, opticians who cannot demonstrate currency. So the top on that list there is that if they can't demonstrate 500 hours over a 3-year period, they can complete a refresher program approved by the registration committee.
That's
Now,
what
the details of those refresher programs are it's on registration committee's radar as the next thing they're going to be working on. Because once this policy comes into effect, there's going to be a little bit of time before people reach that first 3-year mark. So they want to make sure they have clear refresher programs in place. So there's transparency around what the requirements are going to be. So the priority at this point for registration committee was to get this base level policy in place because we're on that time crunch, but there's more work to be done on some of these fine mechanics because Diana, you made a very good point around there being differences between someone who takes a break when they're really new to practice versus taking a break after 20 years of practice. And that is something registration committee has been looking at and considering.
And it's also my belief, and I believe a lot of the committee's belief, that that's really a lot of QA's wacky and not ours. So we'll have to work with QA on that.
I'd love to see something that looks like, if you've been practicing over 20 years, you're grandfathered for this new policy. If you're practicing 10 to 15 or 10 to 20 years and you take off a year, then we'll make it
So right
3
now,
out of 5 years. And if you're under 10 years, this policy applies to you.
there's a lot of permutations and combinations. So I might have been working for 10 years, worked in a store that sold 1 pair of glasses a week. I could have worked in a store that sold 100. So I know on RegCom, what we do is we use our gap analysis. So we use that so we get a fulsome understanding of where their skills and knowledge and judgment are. So it's our anticipation that with the help of QA, we can figure out what we can tailor individually to each specific circumstance.
It all sounds great, as long
That's the
as
theory.
it's transparent to the person, so they know what's expected, like,
Mhm.
not like, oh, well, how come they got it and I didn't, whatever, right? So it's just very
It's gotta be
transparent,
consistent.
yeah, and consistent.
Okay, we've got Tanya, then Derek, and then we'll go to you, Peggy.
So I do like the idea of there being something concrete and that there is actually like a policy to fall back on so that registration committee is not left with like it seeming like they're favoring somebody over another if they're not kind of fitting into categories. I think there is definitely like positives to come out of this. And from my understanding, it aligns like we have to come up with some kind of currency. There's not a question whether or not we have currency or not. We have to come up with a form of, I'm understanding correctly, right? Okay. So the
That's
discussion of them not being, there not being currency is off the table because,
Correct.
okay. That's
If
good
this
for,
passes, if this passes.
if this passes.
If the red goes.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, was there any examples that you were kind of discussing within the committee that were maybe unique scenarios where you would like delve further into? Just maybe a couple ideas of that. Maybe it would make some people feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
Because I
so
saw a lot of,
a sales rep, do they sell lenses? Do they sell contact lenses? How involved are they? People in the industry, we had conversations about people teaching. We had a lot of feedback and a lot of the feedback was actually from very unique situations. So that helped us have a discussion and change our policy a little bit so that we can look at each one on its own individual merits.
and so it would come to committee and then committee would kind of look at it and you would kind of come up with a framework of
Yes.
how you're picking and choosing. Again, it would kind of have like.
What
some-
refresher program, do they need a
Okay.
refresher program? And what refresher program do they need?
Okay.
It could be simply get your 20 QAs or it could be anything.
And I can add, I mean, there's going to be a learning curve, I think, for registrants on getting used to this policy and in the feedback. And you can, I think all the feedback is included
Yep.
in your materials. Some of the suggestions that people had for additional activities to include, the committee looked at it and said, oh, it's already covered. So part of it is also just getting people comfortable with what we mean by these broad categories. And there's going to be additional explanatory documents sort of breaking down, okay, what counts as dispensing hours? Because I know people had questions. Well, does it count if I'm a mobile optician? Sure, dispensing in a mobile unit is the same as dispensing in a storefront. So it's getting people accustomed to and understanding what these activities really mean.
I appreciate that clarity. And I do really like that we're aligning with other regulatory bodies. It seemed like there was a lot of other regulatory bodies that already have the currency and they have set numbers. And so I think it's really good that we're kind of lining up with that as well.
Yeah, okay, well, Derek, Peggy, and then Netta, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Okay, couple of things. Rob, you mentioned that the registration committee feels that reading is not enough. I understand what you're saying about quality
Sorry,
assurance.
I apologize, maybe not the registration committee, but most healthcare professionals.
Fair. Okay. So here's where I'm getting a concern and I'm wondering whether or not we're philosophically changing what we're going to consider an optician in Ontario. And that's fine, but I'm just curious as that's what we're doing. Currently, the gap analysis tool, I believe, is a tool that's tailored to checking on entry to practice. And that's all we actually ever evaluate. We do not do a continued competency analysis process like certain other
Yes,
provinces
we do.
do. We don't have a continued competency test that we do.
We use the gap analysis for people coming in that we're uncertain of their skills, knowledge, and judgment.
To make sure that they are meeting our entry to practice.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is why we're now using it as we have membership that have already passed the national exams. They've already proven that they have entry to practice. We're assuming that they're going to lose that by not practicing
Sorry, so
actively.
I just want Derek, just to clarify, because I want to make sure we're staying in scope, because I think the concept is not whether we should be debating whether the currency should happen, but whether the framework is the right one, just for clarity. So I just want to make sure we're not getting into a discussion of whether we should or shouldn't have currency for the sake of the scope. if that
I
makes
don't
sense.
fully understand what you're saying about the framework should happen.
Whether the proposed means of achieving competency that's been presented should be approved.
Okay, so we're looking at whether or not we're going to go with this assumption as accurate and whether assuming that assumption is accurate, we're going to actually go and the form is okay. Is that how I'm understanding this?
If I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, Sal.
Yeah, so I guess like what Sarah's saying is the discussion on to have currency or not is not the discussion at the table because it's coming if the reg goes through. So what we're trying to figure out is with currency inevitably coming, does this policy sort of cover all the ways to demonstrate currency? So these activities that are deeper down on the policy.
So my question is, and on that kind of front
Yeah.
then, since we don't actually look into whether an optician has gained more knowledge over time. We say from entry to practice, they are not a risk to the public, which is what we're after. I'm kind of concerned with how this process runs then. I mean, where do we go with this?
I can jump in. So the premise is actually behind currency is that skills actually recede over time. So when you meet the entry to practice competencies at the time of initial registration, if you're not using those skills, there's research showing that those skills start to decline. So this college is not charged with, at this point, we don't have sort of advanced degrees, as it were, or advanced registration. But as a college, the mandate is to make sure that people continue to meet those basic competencies throughout every stage of their career. And that's the philosophy behind currency, not to establish whether they have improved those skills, but whether they continue to meet them. So there is some parallel between the competency gap analysis that's used at initial registration and what will need to be used to assess people who have been out of practice for some time.
So is one of the potential outcomes of this conversation is that if they do the gap analysis and we find out that they are not where we want them to be, that we're going to make them retake the nationals?
No, that's not the intent at all.
Okay.
Perhaps, I guess, a refresher program is how we do it. A refresher program is not the national exams.
Which by definition is reading. Sorry,
But it's curtailed to their specific lack of skills and knowledge.
fair enough.
So it's spearheaded. Reading, doing QA about contact lenses and when you don't fit contact lenses is not, we want to get a knife and say, okay, you're missing here. Let's learn about here.
But if you come in from another jurisdiction and we find out that you're not actually, we've got holes in your gap analysis, we send you to NACOR, who gives you a written,
They give you a bridging program.
they give you a bridging program, which is written and apparently will teach you all you need to know to be entry to practice.
Are you questioning their program or what's? the
I'm
question?
questioning everything at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna suggest we become.
That's it. So we have not developed, so we have 3 years to develop exactly what we wanted. So right now, this was all because of the new legislation, we had to rush and we had to do a whole pile of things and we're being led to believe that our regs that we put in years ago are coming to pass. So right now we're dealing with that. So we have something in place. So when it comes to pass, it's like, okay, here's our currency requirement. This is what you need. And then we're going to have to develop, okay, what do we want to do? Do we want to do a gap analysis? Is there a better tool? Can we develop a better tool? So we don't have all that in place yet.
Okay, thank you, Rob. I want to make sure we get to the other folks around the table, and then we do have to soon move on from this piece so that we can keep going with the agenda. So I want to get to Peggy and then to Netta. Go ahead, Peggy.
Where does the 3 years come from? Why 3 years?
That was built into the regulation is requiring a 3-year cycle for this. So the regulatory amendments were submitted in 2017 and the language says that currency needs to be established and proven by registrants every 3 years.
My concern with this is having some empathy for people who want to take a parental leave, say until their kids are in kindergarten and you're out for 3 or 4 years. And how are you then going to fill in this, I guess what amounts to 3 months a year of 3 months in total of working. So if somebody takes say, you know, I'm just going to pick number two kids 2 years apart and they're out for five years or something until the kids are now extended kindergarten program where daycare is built in and all of that stuff. How is somebody then coming along and getting their 3 months of practice? Or is that one of these individual ones where you're going to look at it a different way?
Well, we're going to look at each one on an individual basis if they ask us to. General rule of thumb is after 3 years, it starts diminishing. So we're here to protect the public and we have to assess we'll have to assess it somehow.
If I can also
ahead.
add, so, you know, we're talking about a 3-year cycle and obviously there's going to be people taking shorter term leaves and longer term leaves from practice for a whole variety of reasons. So 500 hours over 3 years comes down to about 14 hours a month. So in theory, someone who even takes a year or 18 months off might be able to easily meet that 500 hours over a 3-year cycle. And that's why it's a cycle, and it's not every single year you have to hit a minimum, because people are going to have different life circumstances that change that. Now, there's some people who are only working part-time to begin with. So now we're starting to get more difficult at hitting that 500 hours. So the policy is built around saying it's not that if you don't hit that, you're out and you lose your license. It's that there might just be a need for you to take some extra refresher courses or something like that to get back in. So it's not meant to be prohibitive, and it's not meant to be a barrier. It's meant to have a mechanism for the college to look and make sure that we get that life circumstances change, but so do skills. So let's just see where you're at.
So, and registrants are going to be aware that this is happening. So somebody in that scenario that I described could be proactive in terms of, I'll cover somebody's vacation, and in the process of covering their vacation, I keep my practical
It's about
skills
4
up,
hours a week.
or a month in the summer. And they can therefore just make sure that when they're ready to come back full-time, they
Mhm,
are up to speed, have got their hands-on practice.
mhm.
Okay, Netta, I'll give you maybe the last comment, and then we'll start to gauge how folks are feeling.
Thank you, Sarah. I got my answer.
Oh,
in
okay.
the questions.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Before we do go into testing on high five, I'd love to just hear about the public interest consideration on this piece. Is the board in agreement with some of the public interest consideration that has been raised here? And is there anything that anyone would like to highlight where this serves in the public interest consideration? Yeah, Diana.
Well, it absolutely seems in the public's best interest to ensure that registrants are current, not only in knowledge, but in practical hands-on experience. So, you know, to me, this is definitely protecting the public. I think it looks like you've put an awful lot of work into it, and it's a great start. Like, it's a great, you know, framework or overview, because I can't imagine how many things you could discuss and try and figure out, well, should this be in there and that be in there? And it does sound like from the discussion that there's maybe a little more work to do, but it's a great place to start from.
As a start, remember, we just found out about this in January, that this proposed regulation may come into effect. So when that was written in 2017, there was huge debate. Should it be 500 hours? Should it be 1,000 hours? Should it be 300? So a lot of thought process went through over the years. So it was well thought out. There was not always consistency and agreement as to how the QA should happen and what should happen. So the idea was let's put that in policy. Let's not get that in regulation, and we'll develop the policy when and if it happens.
Thank you. Oh, is that?
Sorry, and to segue with that, because it's now in policy and not hardwired,
We can change
we
it.
can fine tune it. So as we roll it out, and if we find that this is not practical or unfair, or there's other things that we should have considered, we can bring it back and tweak it.
We think it's going to help 95% of the opticians, but if we see a continuation or consistency where we've got this round peg that keeps showing up, we'll have to change our policy so that we don't want to deal with them on a registration on an individual basis if possible.
With respect to the DEI considerations identified by the committee, is the board in agreement with those? Okay, so let's, Peggy?
I'd just like to say that if we're willing to look at things on an individual basis, that really helps in that regard.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so let's do a test for agreement then on this issue before we move to a motion.
Are we testing for agreement as to whether we're going to vote on it, or are we testing an agreement of whether we agree with this?
You're going to test for agreement before we move forward on a motion to approve the proposed currency of practice policy.
So whether we're comfortable moving forward to a
That's
motion.
right. Yeah, yeah. So see a show of hands. Sorry, just hold them up for me while I scroll. Okay, Dorina sitting at a 3. Anything moves you to a 4 before we go to a motion? Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry, Darren. Okay, super. Okay, so with that, we will move to a motion, Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the proposed currency of practice policy. Do I have a mover? I'll move it.
Okay, Stephen,
Seconder? Peggy?
Peggy,
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
You opposed?
I'm opposed.
and
And Doreen opposed as well, I believe.
Okay.
Would it help to, if it was approved with it being on the agenda to review again in 3 months? For,
I think a motion came forward. It was voted on as proper pattern. You said I was against it and I was outvoted. I think it's done.
Okay, so Rob, thank you for that. We'll now have you take us through the practicum policy.
Okay, so the next one of the proposed changes to the registration regulations, including moving the details of the practical experience requirement for registration into a practicum policy. Right now, our practicum it's legislated, it's in our regs, we can't change it. So the new proposal is that we'll be able to change it, but we have to put one into place. So the new regs don't have set prescribed hours, they're just a little vague saying that we have one. So applicants of the college are already required to demonstrate that they have gained practical experience before they can become registered to practice in Ontario. These detailed requirements are set out in the current registration regulation. With the approval of the amendments to the regulation by the Ontario government, these requirements will be set out in the new practicum policy instead of the regulation. A draft of the proposal or the proposed policy is included in your meeting materials for your review. So basically, this is the same policy. Perhaps maybe if I'm going off base here, it's the same policy that we have now. Okay, and that's in place. We have to, I'll read it. At this time, the registration committee is proposing a policy that mirrors current registration requirements. This will ensure the policy is in place by August 31st, 2023. The college plans to review and update the practicum at a later date after engaging in a more fulsome consultations with educational institutions, industry members, and other stakeholders. So the practicum is going to be the same: 1,000 verified dispensing hours, 250 fittings, which includes 100 multifocal and 25 myopic or hyperopic, 20 contact lens fittings, including at least 5 RGPs. So to inform the decision-making process, the registration committee considered the practices of other healthcare regulators. The results of the environmental scan are included in your meeting materials for your reference. The environmental scan demonstrated that many health regulators in Ontario require that their applicants gain practical experience before they can become registered to practice in the profession. To establish competency threshold, regulators use quantifiers, for example, evidence of completion of a specified number of supervised practical hours. The RegCom committee also sought feedback from the college stakeholders by inviting them to complete an online survey. The survey is included in your meeting materials. The survey received over 100 responses. They were mostly positive. Some stakeholders raised concerns regarding the challenges students face to complete the rigid fits as part of their practicum. The colleges acknowledged the concerns raised by stakeholders, but did not recommend any changes to the proposed policy. The committee decided that it was appropriate to move forward with the proposed policy to meet the August 31st deadline and to revisit this requirement at a later date once there's been an opportunity for consultation. So we haven't done consultation. This went out 6 years ago. Is 100 hours right? Is a lot of people feel that hours means nothing. It depends on what you do. So maybe we have to break it down, change 30 nose pads, change 40 temple tips. So we have to look at that, but do that properly. We need a fulsome exploration.
Derek, I'll know yours. Do you want to just
Okay.
finish first?
The committee considered public interest when developing the practicum policy. The committee acknowledged that the requirements set out in the current registration regulation were established following a thorough review process and are consistent with the content that all accredited opticianry programs are teaching. Any changes to the practical component of the entry to practice requirement should only be made after a thorough review and consultation to ensure the requirements continue to align with national competencies and are consistent with accredited educational programs. The RegCom considered that moving the practical experience requirements to the policy will give the college more flexibility to update or amend the policy when necessary. The committee recognized the concern raised by stakeholder regarding challenges faced by students in requiring RGP fits. This was identified as a potential barrier to becoming an optician and to complete the required fittings in a timely manner, and may impact the student's graduation from the program and their registration as optician. However, the committee was of the view that there is a need to engage in a proper review consultation process before making any substantial changes to the entry to practice requirements. Any questions?
Okay, questions for Rob? We've got Derek as well, and then see Tanya's hand next. Go ahead, Derek.
So Rob, right off the top. Instead of saying, 500 this many fits, that many fits, I'm just gonna say logbook. Is that okay? Can we both understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so do we require, twofold question, do we require schools to have a logbook completed at this point before we allow them to write the nationals?
So right now, is there a policy that they have to complete those? Okay, it can be the school.
Mhm.
It can be they can send it in on their own. I'm not certain about other provinces.
Okay, so not gonna worry about other
Go ahead,
provinces for
Derek.
now. We can fight with them later. Second question, when we do our PLAR process, do we require a logbook? And I know you've got the background on this one that you.
Yeah,
shared.
I'm not sure that we do before when they do the PLAR, when they start the PLAR process.
So I don't understand why we would make a student coming out of school in our system do a logbook and then we'll do a PLAR process.
Because it's in our regs, we have no choice.
Well, no, and fair, but I mean, going forward, if we're gonna look at changing things to policy.
So when it goes into policy, once the reg goes through, we can do the consultation, we can figure out what we have to do and how we have to do it.
So to you, how can we apply one standard to a student coming in for entry to practice and not apply that same standard to a registrant from a different jurisdiction coming in?
We apply the same standard.
We do, they are
Yes.
they are requested to do a
It's
logbook?
embedded in our current regulation that every single person seeking registration in Ontario needs to demonstrate those practicum requirements. We're calling it a practicum now, you call logbook, any of those things.
So they have to give us
They have to
fittings
do
and
it.
all that kind of stuff?
It's not a requirement under our current reg that be part of the education program, whether it's in Ontario or elsewhere. Most of the education programs and the ones that this college has accredited, they've built it into their program. That's great. It means people graduate with that requirement, but they don't have to do it. They can say, you know what, we're going to teach you the classroom stuff, and then you go out and find your own fits. You can go work under somebody and be supervised and submit that logbook. That's up to the students. That's up to the school. Accreditation of the educational program is not contingent on that.
No, and I understand that.
But PLAR accredited graduates, all of them need to have the same fits, and it's everything on that policy in front of you.
Not
Can
necessarily.
somebody maybe
the-
explain what PLAR means? so
Sure,
that everyone
acronym alert, yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you for that reminder on the acronym.
Yeah, that's a really good reminder. So PLAR is the equivalency program for people who are educated or who are coming in based on internationally trained credentials. It is the prior learning assessment
And recognition.
and recognition.
It's the R that always gets me too. I can never remember what the R is.
So right now, Derek, is 1,000 hours, I believe, is exemptable. So that could be questionable. Someone coming from another jurisdiction.
I knew, because like I said, the
The
brain trickery
hours,
thing.
the hours is exemptable. I believe it's the fittings that are not.
Correct. And I don't think it's a brain surgery thing that you haven't memorized our regulation, so no worries.
Oh, no, it kind of is.
Fair, maybe in your case it is.
It kind of
Yeah.
is, but yeah. Okay, no, I really just wanted the clarification to make sure that I was thinking, I was worried that we were applying a different standard in
No.
province, out of province. So that's what I was.
That's not the
concerned about.
intent.
Okay,
Well, it's
super.
not the intent, but
Tanya, you had a question as well?
So just for clarity, the committee looked at the policy, and the way the policy stands, they were like, we want to keep it the same because we don't have enough time to fulsomely review it before this other document kind of gets approved. And that it seems, or it sounds it's the intent of the committee that they've heard the stakeholder feedback and some things have popped up that are of question and that may need some review. I know there was a lot of comments about like those 5 rigid fittings, but it's like, we don't have enough time to do this great review right now. It's on our docket, but we have to do something to get us to this government hearing?
Yeah, so when
Yes,
the,
okay, I'm understanding it
yeah,
correctly.
the regs started, we started working on the regs, I think around 2004, and they've been submitted many times. And we get into, there'd be heated discussions on 500 hours, 1,000, what's necessary. So in the end, the idea was, well, that shouldn't go into the regulation. That should be developed in policy so that we can change it. If we decide 500 isn't enough, we can change it to 1,000. If we decide 1,000 hours isn't enough, it's more the bending, because you can work 1,000 hours in a store and sell 3 pair of glasses. So we decided we would look into all that when and if it happened, and hopefully it's going to happen this fall.
Yeah.
Okay,
So this is a plug and play,
okay,
just to meet timelines. We are very cognizant of all the hurdles that these requirements.
perfect. I appreciate that clarity.
If there's no other questions, I'll turn us to our public interest considerations. Is the board in agreement with the public interest considerations that were identified, and are there any that anyone would like to highlight?
I would just think that it's one of those conversations that needs to be made incredibly clear that the whole point behind this is a public interest consideration. It's to ensure that we're protecting the public in the best way that we know how. And even though Rob and I may argue occasionally, that's both of our intents on this one.
Absolutely.
And the
From
last one.
passion and commitment in the, to the public interest. In terms of the DEI considerations, is the board in agreement with the DEI considerations outlined for this one? Doing some nodding. Okay.
When we, sorry, I'm gonna talk again. When we look at doing a further exploration of this, could we possibly make sure we flag DEI as a more central piece? Because I don't necessarily think a one size fits all model might get us there. This many fits, this many that. It seems very structured to a specific way of thinking and practicing and acting, and I don't necessarily know that that meets our DEI philosophy at this point.
That's great. One comment on that, if I may, is what's built into the regulation is the requirement, instead of saying X number of fits, et cetera, it now says they need to demonstrate successful completion of a practicum approved by the registration committee, or practical experience that, in the opinion of the registration committee, is equivalent to the practicum mentioned in paragraph 1.
Thank you.
So that was considered and built in, that there are always going to be individual circumstances to account for.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's look for a high five ahead of a motion to approve this policy. I can see everyone's. Diana, if I can see yours. Okay. Okay, so I will point then to Stephen for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion we're seeking is that the board approve the proposed practicum policy. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it.
Derek, seconder? Kevin? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Rob, your last one. So you're going to now take us through the reinstatement and changing from inactive to active status policy. Wonderful.
Are you ready, Amy? The amendments to the registration regulation will result in several changes that will affect opticians who are returning to the practice after being out of practice for a period of time. Under the new the regulation, the college will introduce an inactive class of registration. The inactive class is intended for opticians who are not actively practicing the profession, but want to maintain their registration with the college. With the inactive class in place, registrants will no longer be permitted to maintain their suspended status indefinitely, and will have their certificate of registration revoked after 3 consecutive years of suspension. The registration committee is therefore proposing a new policy that sets out the process opticians will need to take to reinstate their certificate of registration or change from inactive to active practice, and establishes a transitional path for opticians whose registration has been suspended for more than 3 years. The policy outlines what steps opticians need to take to resume active practice, including the information they will need to submit to the college, any required forms and fees, how to demonstrate that their skills and knowledge are up to date. The policy also sets out steps for opticians whose certificate of registration has been suspended for over 3 years. This includes opticians who want to who want to remain in the registered optician class after reinstatement, and those who want to immediately transfer to the inactive class. The registration committee sought feedback from college stakeholders by inviting them to complete an online survey. The survey report is included in your meeting materials for your reference. The survey received 42 responses. It was mostly positive. Taking into consideration stakeholder feedback, the committee fine-tuned the reinstatement process for opticians whose certificate of registration was suspended for non-payment of fees over 3 years ago. The committee also set that period of transition to allow opticians suspended for more than 3 years until January 1st, 2025 to reinstate the certificate of registration. Lastly, the committee made sure that the qualifying activities listed under the practice hours are in alignment with the proposed currency of practice policy. From the public interest standpoint, it is necessary to have a process in place for opticians who wish to return to active practice following a period of inactivity. The proposed policy sets different requirements depending on how long an optician has been out of practice to account for the fact that skills may decline after a prolonged absence from practice. The proposed policy will also protect the public from striking a balance between the need for opticianry service and ensuring opticians will practice safely and in accordance with the standards of practice. From a DEI standpoint, the committee considered a concern raised by stakeholders regarding the challenges opticians may encounter to meet the reinstatement criteria after taking time off for childcare or medical reasons. The committee noticed that the introduction of the new inactive class will provide a more flexible option for opticians who wish to take short-term leaves. The committee will also continue to monitor the way that the registration processes and the policies impact opticians who take leaves from practices. Do we have questions?
We do. I'll throw it out because I know I've had Derek first on the line. Not that we don't want to hear your points, Derek, but I just want to make sure I open the floor if anybody else wanted to go first. Anyone with a question that we might not have heard from yet? Okay, take it away, Derek.
Did you want to go first, Diana? You look like you had a question. Are you okay with me starting?
I have a comment, but you go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Oddly enough, probably not the question you're actually thinking I'm going to come up with, Rob. Why are we separating whether or not it's less than 3 years to more than 3 years? And I ask that question before you give me an answer, Amy, because if they are absent for 3 years and we're thinking gap analysis and we're thinking potential refresher program, how does that change if it's more than 3 years?
Great question, Derek. So this is actually technical and mechanical because it's going to be just for a transition period. Currently, our regulation distinguishes between less than 3 years and over 3 years for reinstatement.
Okay.
That's actually coming out of the regulation.
Okay.
What's actually going to happen afterward is you can't sit in suspension for 3 years or more anymore.
Sure.
Your certificate's going to be automatically revoked. So
Perfect.
that's it. And we're not, trying to yank the rug out from anybody. That's why we've created this new inactive class where if you're going to be out of practice for an extended period, that's where you're going to be able to sit for as long as you like. But we have to deal with the fact that when this new regulation comes into effect, we've got a whole group of people who were suspended 3 or more years ago, and they're sitting with a suspended certificate. So what is their journey? What is their transition path back to licensure if they would like to remain a registrant of the college? So that's where the 3-year distinguishing criteria is coming in this policy. It's for the transition purpose only, where we need to deal with this group of people who need a path back to licensure. So after these folks are dealt with, and this transition policy will be in effect, if this comes into effect when we think it will, for about 18 months until about January 2025. After that, we're not going to have a 3-year over under qualifier strict thing anymore. It's going to be much more nuanced and much more flexible to look at the big picture. And it's not going to be just based on the date.
Okay. Thank you.
Diana.
I find a lot of the responses really interesting. If you'd read through them, and I'm sure you addressed that when you came up with your proposals and that. One was about somebody saying they just couldn't respond because they needed a French version, which I think might hit our DEI thing, that it's important to be able to
We had a
answer these
discussion about
questions
that.
in. Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this one other comment I found really interesting in here, which I kind of wondered about myself. The person says, on the one hand, you need to provide proof of competency, including 500 hours of activity in dispensing, which may include working in a dispensary, yet an inactive member is not allowed to engage in dispensing even if supervised. So I'm just wondering how we're.
Opticians are,
Okay.
go ahead, Derek.
If they're actually showing competency in maintaining their 500 hours, they're not actually inactive.
I'm going to jump in there if that's okay, Derek.
Of course.
So actually, if they,
I'm thinking that, it's like, oh,
so just, there's a qualifier there because people who are inactive for lots of reasons. If you hold a certificate of registration that's been suspended, and in the future, when you hold an active certificate of registration, you're actually not allowed to dispense in Ontario. But there are folks who are out dispensing in other jurisdictions. And it would be a shame to discount that practical experience because it's still valid. It's just that we're not letting people do that here. If you want to practice in Ontario, you need to bring your license back into full force. So it's to account for that. And that's why we have the two, sort of lists of activities. Now, most people, you're right, are not going to have the ability to dispense during that period. And if they were dispensing, then they should have had a full license. But there's other activities on the list that can get them back into sort of good graces to help them get closer to that currency requirement that we would want to see on return.
Basically, you brought this question up for me. So it's your fault. But if I go to a different jurisdiction and practice as an optician after going through the proper process, is my license inactive in Ontario?
That's up to the person.
Yeah, if you want to keep paying us, no problem.
Thank you for
The
that.
thought process was this will be a way for them to maintain something and
And for clarity on that, when you're asked, as you will be under the new ongoing currency requirements every year at renewal about dispensing hours, we're not asking whether you did those hours in Ontario or not.
Fair.
and we probably won't be asking it for 3 years. Or we're going to be doing it every year, maybe? or-
Asking, but you're not going to, you have 3 years to hit that 500-hour benchmark. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Peggy and then Tanya.
I'm feeling like there's a little bit of a no-win for somebody who's gone inactive but needs the hours, but can't legally dispense, so couldn't do that scenario I described of taking somebody's month vacation and covering for them, because now they have to make themselves active, pay for a full year's fee or a half year, depending when that happens during the calendar year, in order to get their practical experience. So I'm just the sort of logistics of some person caught up in that of I'm not allowed to practice, but I need to practice.
I don't know if Rob or Amy want to respond, and then I guess maybe just thinking about, because my next question will be around the public interest consideration, maybe versus those individual optician to optician cases, but that how it serves that public interest, keeping that top of mind. Amy, go ahead.
Sure. And I think Peggy's question actually lends right into that question, which is all of this is about striking a balance, because you're right. It's going to be really challenging for people who are out of practice to maintain that connection with the profession enough so that they're hitting that skill level. But that's balancing against the perspective of a patient who is going to assume that if someone's holding a valid license to practice, that their skills are up to date and that someone has vetted that they're ready to be coming back. So any health professional, if you go in to see them and realize, oh, they've actually been, doing a completely different career for the last 5 years. As a patient, you might have some questions about, oh, do they know what they're doing anymore? Or have they forgotten? So that's where the college comes in and striking that balance and saying, yeah, it's going to be a bit challenging. You might have to do some refreshers. We might have to look at your circumstances and make sure that you have figured out a way to get those skills back, but without setting the bar too high that the barrier is now blocking people who are skilled and should be back on their feet from doing so. So that's what this policy is trying to strike the balance around, and that's why we're here for the discussion.
I think actually the solution is not about this policy that we're talking about now. It's how the inactive class has been structured in that whole fee schedule, which we covered in the past. And so we talked about all of that before this implication of that has come to the table. It doesn't change the validity of what we're talking about now. I just seeing that there's a little bit of a disconnect between the two things.
Okay, Tanya and then Derek.
Well, what I really liked is that this is a really proactive policy and that it's kind of moving us towards something else that's coming. And I think that we're really showing transparency by not having this come into effect until 2025, so we can really let registrants know. The other thing I think is really good that maybe would help people who are in that kind of wanting to stay home with taking care of children or something is at least there'll be an exact framework of what they need to follow and like your path. So for example, when I was on mat leave, I just kept my license and it worked because since we go January to January, none of my pregnancies were like the time frame worked that I worked enough hours before and after, but at least we're providing people with like, this is what you need to do. And it kind of guides them as to maybe that means their journey looks different when they're doing that. And it strikes that balance of DI of being inclusive, but then also protecting the public in that we're keeping people current.
If I can offer just one point of clarification. So this policy will come into effect immediately. There's one portion of it that is a transition policy for just applying to those people who are currently sitting with a suspended license and who are over that 3-year mark. So when this policy comes into effect, and assuming when our regulation comes into effect, the inactive class will be created, and people who choose to join that class are going to rely on this policy for the steps they need to take to return to the registered optician class. And the specifics of, there's going to have to be a sliding scale that registration committee looks at. And this is still in that bucket for further development around how long someone has been inactive and what the path back to registered optician status is going to look like. So if we're talking about what the immediate impact of this policy will be, someone who goes inactive for a few months and wants to come back in the next year, I don't think there's going to be too many barriers or hoops to jump through on that. Compared to a few years down the road, we're going to see people who have been inactive for a number of years, and registration committee is going to have a policy and process in place for considering those requests to change status. So right now, this is the base policy. It's the starting point so that we have it in place when the regulation comes into effect. And there's more pieces that still need to be consulted on and developed, including what those refreshers look like, what that sliding continuum is going to look like in terms of the length of time someone has been away from practice for any reason.
Derek, I'll throw the last comment to you and then we'll
Just if I'm interpreting this properly, I just for clarification point, potentially with the fact that there are other avenues to maintain currency, and I believe that was alluded to earlier, is that the intention, Rob? There's a potential that in those situations that you're talking about, Peggy, they might not need to go inactive in those situations if there's another avenue to maintain currency. Is that correct? It doesn't have to be in store.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
With respect to the public interest considerations, heard some folks mentioning keeping people current being a public interest consideration. Is there anything else that anyone wants to highlight? Yeah, Dorina.
We'd like to see more respondents than 50, and they make our decision based on 30 people that say that this is right. So I think what we can do is to stress the importance of this by resending this stakeholders input, like stimulating more people to respond than just 50. And I think we should have a higher bar of taking responses in consideration, not 30 people or 15 people. Like we cannot make decision on 15 respondents that have this direction. Or we have 3,000 members of this profession and 50 people make responses.
Casella, did you want to comment?
Yeah, Dorina, it's actually your committee and the subject matter experts on your committees that are making these policies. You have the information. The input is just one layer to make sure we didn't miss something. And we will put something out for a response and we'll get 700 responses and we'll do the exact same circulation. We'll get 30. So it's very difficult to force people to participate in this process. And at the same time, we also have a timeline ticking.
I know, but we have a few simple examples like pregnancy and baby rearing, but there are diseases and people that have suffered a lot of medical conditions that cannot return to practices, and we should listen and hear more examples, and that's where our input should
Yes.
be formulated on.
We believe that we've covered that individual circumstances are going to be looked at on an individual basis.
I do understand
Oh.
that, but yet 50 people responding.
Yeah, well,
So I just take this opportunity that many people see us live and invite them to participate. This is what I mean.
Noted. Thank you, Jorina. Any other, if we look to the DEI considerations, any additional DEI considerations folks want to mention?
I just want to be cognizant and aware that even though we're applying this equally, are we applying it equitably to all different groups in Ontario? Is it causing undue hardship to one specific group of people and not to another? And I think that would be my only concern with this.
So the inactive class, absolutely, people weren't practicing. Are we being a little bit perhaps to them?
What I mean is, are we making things more challenging for the new mother? Are we making things challenging in that situation?
For this, there was nothing that we could think of that was exclusive, that was that at all.
Okay, I just want to keep that in mind.
There wasn't one specific target. Again, there's things that may crop up that we're not sure of, and we'll have to deal with them on an individual basis.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Peggy, last comment, and then in the interest of time, we'll do a consensus test.
I feel like at some point we need to come back and revisit the financials basically around that inactive versus active. And when you talk about the DEI, like Tanya's saying, her pregnancy timelines worked out, but maybe for some people they don't work out. For somebody who could manage to have some practical experience in December, they can pay the 1 quarter for the active fee, but for somebody who needs to do it in January, now they have to pay for the whole year, if I remember how that worked. And that means that it's maybe a little discriminatory against somebody that something happens to at one point in the year or another. Doesn't necessarily relate to this. I guess I'm just making a request that at some point, maybe not soon, because we've just been through that. But
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can make one short comment on that, which is that was absolutely a big part of the discussion when looking at the fees for inactive opticians and what the prorated fee structure would look like for returning to active practice. Now, none of this has come into effect yet. And when those fees were approved by the board, there was a commitment to saying, we know this isn't a perfect solution from a DEI perspective, but we need to start somewhere and then look at how this absolutely major impact to the college's revenue model is going to actually play out in practice before any further changes are looked at. So I think with respect to the fees, with respect to the mechanics of this policy, it's all going to need to be looked at as we actually get used to implementing these things and seeing how they play out in practice. And to Doreena's point, a lot of these things I think are hypothetical for registrants right now. They don't necessarily understand if and when this will impact them. Once these changes come into effect, I think that will spark people realizing, oh, hey, this actually impacts me. And this won't be the last time that this committee is looking at these policies. They're going to need to be looked at, once they're in effect, how are people adapting and what changes do we need to make?
and the administrative burden of how the fees and even the looking at people as an individual. Like you said, if you're getting a lot of people that look the same and
It doesn't work for us.
Okay, so let's do a test for consensus before we move to a motion on this policy. Okay, so with that, I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
Thank you. The motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the reinstatement and changing from inactive to active status policy. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it.
Derek, second. Marina? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so with that, I think a well-deserved break is needed. So we'll take a 15-minute break and come back around 2:20 to move on to the agenda. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We are in the back half of the agenda and we will jump straight in and get started with things. So we are now moving on to item 9.0, which is the registration fee schedule. And I'm going to invite Stephen Kinsella, the board chair, to present the registration fees.
Thanks, Sarah. As you know, the college needed to decide on registration fees for the next 5 years. In March, the board looked at a proposed fee table for 2024 to 2028. The board looked at detailed financial forecasts and decided it would be appropriate to propose for circulation a fee schedule that would see fees increase by 2.5% each year from 2024 to 2028. The board was of the view that this was the minimum increase necessary to make sure that the college remained financially stable for the next 5 years in light of projected revenue and expenses. And survey results that we got back were that the proposed fee schedule was circulated in accordance with the board directions for a 60-day period. Your briefing note indicates that a detailed summary of the comments received from stakeholders during this period. You also have a copy of the full survey results included in your board package. In sum, the majority of the 357 people who responded to the survey were not in favor of this fee schedule. While this was not expected, the Finance Committee wanted to make sure that it reviewed this feedback in detail so that it could understand the concerns that were raised and consider whether to alter our recommendations as a result. The Finance Committee's assessment. On review, the Finance Committee was of the view that its original recommendations for fees to increase by 2.5% per year should stand. The committee acknowledges and recognizes that many opticians are continuing to face financial hardship. However, ultimately, the college still needs to be financially stable so that it can carry out its mandate. This includes things like registration, renewal, managing the quality assurance programs, developing standards, responding to and investigating concerns, and holding disciplinary hearings, etc. The college is mandated by the government to carry out all of these tasks, which are fundamental to the self-regulation model. It is important to remember that registration fees are determined based on what it costs to run a regulatory college. They're not tied to optician wages. The proposed fee increase is all well below the current inflation rates. If anyone's gone to the grocery store to look for food, you know what I'm talking about. The college also noted that the board has been and continues to be cognizant of the need for the college to keep costs and overhead low without compromising its ability to carry out its statutory functions. I'm now going to ask Fazelle to speak on some further points, including some of the specific cost-saving steps that this college has taken or is in the midst of exploring. Fazelle.
Thank you, Stephen. So definitely, we got a, the fee discussion always gets the most input, and we've got a lot of feedback from our registrants. Amy was able to sort of group it into categories, which is in your briefing note. And we're empathetic to all of it. There was a group of people or a group of comments speaking to leaning out the staff ratio or leaning out wages. We balance having enough team members to get things done in a timely fashion with not being overly administratively laden. And so in our briefing package, we had indicated a review of what other colleges' staff ratios are, and it ranged anywhere from 1 staff member to 70 registrants, up to sort of probably the high level where we're at 1 staff member to 233 registrants. If we cut back any further, we're going to have difficulty fulfilling some of our strategic mandates. We want to look at unauthorized practice more and things like that. We want people answering calls in a timely fashion. We want files closed in a timely fashion. Thinning the staff is going to hurt that. So we're trying to keep it lean, but I think we're already bordering on the edge of teetering backwards. So we have looked at that. So, we want the registrants to know that comment is not falling on deaf ears. Virtual meetings has helped us as far as cost savings goes a lot. Committee meetings and board meetings have pretty much gone almost 90% virtual, and that's saving a lot of money. There's little things that go on throughout the year and things where we're constantly looking at cutting costs. For instance, switching from, the traditional phone providers to voice over internet phones probably saved us 50% on our phone expenditure. And it's increased our ability to work remotely using remote phone apps. So we're constantly looking at ways of having technology help us, and this college is constantly investing in that. Diverting repetitive staff tasks by building out the registrant portal. The quality assurance section of the portal has improved year after year. The registration piece, we're trying to make it as self-serve as possible. Again, to direct the minimum staff we have to responding to one-off and live questions as much as possible. Premises always comes up, our fancy digs downtown. Quite frankly, the world is changing since the pandemic. Some organizations have eliminated their premises. I struggle with altogether eliminating the premises. There's some physical things that we do here with mail outs and things like that. And the other thing is also, it is very difficult to onboard new staff, or even the interaction we're having today with staff and board and all these things when you're completely gone virtual. But that doesn't preclude us. We're actively looking at things like space sharing. So next week, our team is visiting with the College of Pharmacists to look at a new space in their premises to explore if we can strike a deal there. And then the good thing is having contingency in our finances will allow us to do things like pivoting, whether it be moving, buying out part of our lease or anything like that for long-term savings. So I think the college is being very fiscally sound by having reserves in place for things like that. People talk about value for money, and I think we need to continue to work on the messaging that the board is charged with public protection. The association is actually a service organization. We are not necessarily a service organization. We are not the voice of opticianry. We're here to work with the public as our mandate. That doesn't preclude us from making sure we're cognizant and fair to our registrants, and that be both in the way that we do policies and the way we spend the revenue that they put into the college. But there's sometimes comments about you're not doing enough for the $1,000 that I pay you, but we aren't an advocacy branch. And so I think we need to probably do a little bit more education on what we can and can't do in our scope, and what organizations like the association can do to fill that gap. There was also a group of people who repeating theme about unauthorized practice. Now, at the end of the day, the regulatory body is not the competition police. We're not here to level the playing field. We're here to protect the public interest. At the same time, unauthorized practice aligns with that mandate of public protection. And this board has identified it last spring as one of the major strategic directions that we want to go. We put money into our budget for that. We're working at putting staffing behind that. So I think that's a good news story that we can get back to our registrants, that we are going to be putting revenue behind that. We've already heard that message. So definitely the finance committee was cognizant of all of these things and struggled, but at the end of the day, the 2.5% keeps us in the black. Being in this financial position has allowed us to extend 2 fee reductions in a row during the pandemic. We were able to do a 25% reduction and then extend that even further to the next year with another 12.5% as we move back up. And that responsiveness is because of the fact that the registrants are paying a fee that puts us in a positive funding situation and basically makes us ready for a rainy day when it comes to finances. The college is in a healthy spot. We're not coming back for a fee increase because we're in financial disrepair. We are operating soundly for several years. But, again, as Stephen said, this is below equation inflation, and this organization is susceptible to all the impacts of the economy, just like our registrants, whether it be vendors or any other expenses that we incur. So the 2.5 just is probably the bare minimum that we can do to keep afloat without going to the negative. At the same time, being a policy, being driven by policy, we are flexible. So if we are seeing that we're trending well, finances are looking good, at some point we could throttle back and say, okay, we don't need to do that year's fee increase. So this takes a lot of work to develop, send out for circulation and all these things. So 5-year table helps us get it off the books and concentrate on other things. But if something comes up, we can revisit it. So hopefully that speaks to some of the major themes. We are very thankful to that registrants are giving their input, and we definitely want to make sure that they know that they're being heard.
Thanks, Giselle. Now, I'm going to highlight the public interest and DEI considerations identified by the Finance Committee. With respect to public interest, the committee was of the view that the proposed fees will best ensure the college can carry out its mandate. Registrant fees are by far the primary source of the college's revenue, and there's a need for them to be at a level that will allow the college to perform its statutory functions. From a DEI perspective, the committee also noted that the college needs to be adequately funded to implement its strategic initiatives that will support the delivery of equitable, inclusive, and culturally safe care to Ontario patients, including training, resource development, and stakeholder engagement. Sarah.
Okay, so with that, we will open the floor to questions. See, Derek, any other comments or feedback around the table? Okay, Derek.
Not really a question, and more of along the lines of a comment. I think as opticians, we sometimes forget that we're self-regulated, and that is a privilege that we are here to represent, we are allowed to self-regulate with the understanding that this council is in place to protect the public, because that's something that the province holds dear. To run this organization properly, to properly protect the public, means that there is a fee involved. And do we always want to pay it? Absolutely not. I'd love it to be cheaper. But I think we have to acknowledge the fact that there's a cost to do business, there's a cost to do our job properly, and there's a cost to the privilege of being self-regulated. And that's what this is. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Any other thoughts or comments? Go ahead, Peggy.
Make the comment that at the last meeting, when we went through the proposals, we actually started saying 1.5. And as we worked through the details of the numbers, we had to come to the conclusion that that was not going to be the responsible thing, and it needed to be 2.5. And it's unfortunate, but it is the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. With respect to Stephen outlined some of the public interest considerations, and I think Derek's comment adds to those. Does the board agree with the public interest considerations identified by the committee? Any in addition that anyone wants to raise? Rob? No. Oh, just an agreement. With respect to the DEI considerations, is everyone in agreement with those identified by the board? Or by the committee, rather? Okay, so with that, we will do a high five before we go to a motion on this item. And Rob, just to verify, was that a 1 or a, okay, so okay, perfect. Okay, so I will pass to Stephen.
Thanks. And the motion that we're seeking is to approve the 2024 to 2028 registration fee schedule. Do I have a mover? Peggy, second?
Kevin?
Eric?
Oh, sorry.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, we will move on to the approval of the 2023 pre-election training module, and I will have Diana Bristow, the Chair of Governance, present the training module.
Thank you, Sarah. And here it is on the screen for anyone who needs to see it. Every year, the board needs to confirm what the pre-election training module will be. As a reminder, this is a module that candidates for election need to complete in order to be eligible to run. This year, the Governance Committee once again recommends that the board approve Jurisprudence Chapter 4 as the pre-election training module for 2023. The module provides an overview of the regulated health Professions Act, so it will provide candidates with important context for what a regulatory college does. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? Yeah, Rob.
It doesn't say in here, but I believe it has to be completed within the last 6 months or the last year.
Yes, so I think it's within a 6-month window in the lead up to the election. That's right.
Okay, and why, just out of curiosity, why are they allowed to do it in 6 months, or why do they have to do it in 6 months when everybody else is 3 years? Is there a reason why it doesn't count as a credit every year, or it just seems a little?
So it's for a different purpose. So registrants can choose to do this as part of their quality assurance portfolio, and they'll get a professional growth credit for it. But someone who wants to run for election, for them, it's mandatory. And the board decided that they want to see that they've had this refresher within 6 months of putting themselves forward for election.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Peggy?
Does it need to be 6 months versus a year? Like, what if somebody had done it as part of their training in, I don't know what the timeframes are, but say January? And then elections are in October, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just done it.
That's actually built into the bylaws right now. So if that's something that the board wants to consider changes to, that is certainly your purview, but I think it's outside the scope of today's discussion.
Let's do it, maybe then a test for consensus and use that as a basis to see folks' comfort moving forward. So see a show of hands to move forward on this motion. And it looks as though the basis is there, so I will pass to Stephen for the motion.
Okay, the motion we're seeking is to approve the 2023 pre-election training module. Do I have a mover? Kevin? Tanya, second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so we will then move on to the life member applications, and we'll have Anna Geranium present the life member applications.
Thank you, Sarah. The college has received 5 applications for designation as a life member from the following registrants: Alan Benakun, Terence Earl Carlo, Thomas Weisberger, Raymond Dennis LeBlanc, and Eric Wong. All those registrants permanently retired from the practice of opticianry. Their combined years of registration and years of age exceed the minimum requirement of 85. They all have applied to a college for life membership, and therefore they meet the requirements for the life membership set out in Article 3 of the college's bylaws. Additionally, all those applicants meet the eligibility criteria for life membership set out in the life member policy.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Any other notes, or is that?
No, that's it.
Okay, super, thank you. So reminder that in order to pass, the applications require a 2/3 majority vote of those present at the board meeting. Does anyone have any questions before we move on this one? Yeah, Tanya.
Just a question about clarity. What's the advantage of being a life member? I can't remember why do people apply for it?
It's really recognition based primarily, yes.
Thank you.
Can they vote in elections also?
Yes, they can continue to vote in elections.
Thank you.
And have they all been members of the college their whole career?
So there's a formula that's used. It's a combination of tenure and practice and things like that. So yes, so when Anna brings it to us, it's gone through the criteria. If there was a discussion to be had on a particular member, we would have to move that into an in-camera discussion.
Any other questions? Okay, so Stephen, I will pass to you.
Thank you. And the motion that we're seeking is to approve the applications for life memberships for Alan Benakun, Terence Earl Cardo, Thomas M. Weisenberger, Raymond Dennis LeBlanc, and Eric W. M. Wong. Do I have a mover? Eric, seconder? Dorina, all in favor? Anyone opposed? And that carries. Congratulations, people.
Thank you.
Congratulate the members if they're listening.
Okay, so congratulations and a thank you to Anna for that presentation. So because we dealt with 12.0 ahead of lunch, we will then move on to 13.0, the board action plan. And again, I will invite Diana Bristow, the chair of Governance Committee, to present the plan.
In March, the board met to review the results of its annual self-evaluation and to also review the results of its first external third-party evaluation. Part of the review process was to identify action plan items that the board wants to commit to for the coming year. The governance committee reviewed the items that have been put together by staff based on that meeting and is recommending that the board approve the 2023 action plan. Once approved, the action plan will be posted on the college's website, and the board will receive periodic status updates.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Diana. Are there any questions or feedback from the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I will then pass to Stephen for a motion on that piece.
Thank you. And the motion is to approve the board's 2023 action plan. Do I have a mover? Rob, seconder? Kev? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Carries. Thank you.
Okay, so we will now pass the floor to Vizal Khan, the registrar and CEO, to present the registrar's report.
Okay, so everybody's got their copy of the report in their package. I will maybe just point out a few interesting things and then open the floor for questions specifically. So I'm going to skip down to College Performance Measurements Framework, which we refer to as CPMF, at least in-house. The main thing I wanted to point out there is this is, I believe, our third year or third report. It's a requirement for all regulated health professions from the Ministry of Health to complete this report. It often ends up being almost 75 pages. It's a tool that was developed by the ministry to sort of align all the colleges and try to determine if all the colleges were meeting a certain bar of performance. Originally, the ministry would look at everyone's annual reports, which were all a bit different. It was very difficult to compare or cross-compare college performance using just that. So they created this tool with quite a bit of input from the regulated health network. And so typically each year, the first 2 years, the inaugural reports, our college, while not the biggest college, was given recognition for commendable practices each year. A lot of that has to do with our governance. So as much as it's governance heavier meetings at times, the work of the governance committee has put us on the radar. Things like our screening programs for our members, pre-qualifiers, these type of things has caught the attention of the ministry and was recognized amongst our community. So Amy is a point person on this each year. It is a very big project, and the team, each team department has got to gather certain statistics and things like that. So the team is working very quickly between January and March to get this report done on time. So I thank Amy for heading it, and I thank the team for putting their stats together. So our report, there's a hyperlink in the report to see it if you'd like. It's posted on our website as well. And it's with the ministry right now being reviewed with all the other ones. As far as the temporary emergency class, we had a special meeting, I believe back in March or April actually, to look at that class of registration. We did receive some feedback, and many of the other colleges did too, varying degrees of feedback from the ministry, possibly asking for clarification, things like that. We have responded to everything. So the ball is in their court, and we await what happens. The aim is for an August enactment. So we'll see what happens with the ministry, how they tackle it. Our class is very much tethered to working with the amendments that we put back in 2017. So let's see what happens, if it's carved out in some way or whatnot. So we'll keep you posted. There was a lot of buzz that we had sent out information about almost 2 months ago about this stuff that was in the media about as of right. The ministry was talking about making it easier for health professionals from other provinces to come into another jurisdiction, particularly Ontario, without necessarily registering or finishing your registration first and just starting to practice as long as you're in good standing in your alternate jurisdiction that you're coming from. That has narrowed a little bit down to 4 particular professions. That doesn't include opticianry, nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists, and
Medical lab technologists.
so people who are in a hospital setting, and this was all around making sure we have capacity in the event of another emergency or anything. So Ontario has focused it down from 26 down to 4. Interestingly, in Nova Scotia in April, they had a similar initiative, but it actually it's passed and it impacts all of their regulatory professions. So there is some degree of flavor around the table across the country for some sort of easement of obstacles in moving health professionals across borders. So that discussion we had a bit of a discussion on that at the national table when we met last month about concepts of a national registration or registry to kind of track people, because there are inherent concerns when somebody's moving province to province. If there's a conduct issue that arises or a complaint, who do you lodge the complaint with? Who's got jurisdiction of the complaint? What's the person's status if they're not registered in your home province yet? So there's a lot of mechanical issues. So we are looking at ways of being proactive. External relations, a lot of stuff has happened this spring, I should say. So I put out there some of the things that we have attended. So we've attended the Seneca College Trade Show. So I appreciate the teams from the staff who've attended that. The AOE CE, lots of acronyms there, Academy of Ophthalmic Education, Continuing Education Day and Trade Show. That was well attended. The college had a booth there, and teams from the QA and registration department were there. Those are typically the high demand areas of a lot of questions being asked. So we typically try to have faces from the team to answer those questions. The NACOR meetings were held in April. We had another industry roundtable. So there's been a lot of talk about a perceived shortage of opticians in Canada. So we have, I think Ontario was integral in getting this roundtable off the ground in November. This was the continuation this April. And we had probably about 80 people in attendance from all sectors, including industry, regulators, associations, and educators, sort of looking at this. We were lucky enough to have Sarah facilitating that session. It was received well. And so it aligns with our directions from the ministry to be cognizant of health human resource management and making sure that there are enough health professionals. So we're working with all our stakeholder partners there to sort of see if in fact there is that shortage, and if it's a regulatory shortage or a retail shortage. So we are actually going to be working on a survey, and actually the other regulators, the other opticianry regulators have expressed interest in joining the survey that we were initially going to do in Ontario. We're expanding it to Canada-wide to kind of assess our patients experiencing any shortage in accessing opticianry services, both rural and urban settings. So we'll be working on that this summer. NACOR, the association, we were at their show. We had a speaking spot, or sort of a double header, where we spoke at the lunch hour and spoke twice while people shifted in and out for lunch. So we got good engagement there. We also had a booth as well. So these opportunities, the messaging has changed a little bit in the content. Being aware that there's so much change happening with all these registration policies, we actually spent a lot of time on them trying to alert registrants about these changes. We're probably going to spend a lot of time doing probably Zoom webinars and things like that on our own rather than depending on third parties to host us, to talk about how does this impact you as these policies come into effect. So we'll be doing a lot more engagement. Exams are coming up very quickly. And I didn't have it in my report, but we've confirmed also that we're going out to Ottawa in the, I think, first or second week of September. La Cité is hosting the association and a trade show. So we'll be going out to speak to the registrants out in that area. It's been a number of years, I guess, pre-pandemic that we haven't been out to the Ottawa area, and we usually get people from Kingston, Belleville coming out to that. So looking forward to engaging with our registrants there. And then as far as space planning goes, that's constantly on the radar here. Although we have a 5-year balance left on our lease, we're still looking actively at opportunities. The latest one possibly that's arising is with pharmacy. So Amy and I will be going out to see the premises there and seeing if we can come up with some way to have space for the team, space for meetings, but at a shared cost and share some other expenses, including things like copiers and stuff like that. So we're actively looking at that, always will. So that's the registrar's report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Fazal. Questions or comments about the registrar's report? Rob?
I just have a question. You talked about employment and you talked to some of the prospective employers, big ones. So is a consensus that there's not enough opticians, or there's more jobs, more competition, or did you get a sense at the end, or?
So from the attendees, like the retailers felt that they need more opticians, but that doesn't mean there's a shortage of opticians. It just means they have employment opportunities available. So that's why we're trying to do the yin to the yang, where we're trying to poll the patients and say, patients, are you experiencing a shortage of opticians? Or is it just that retail is just opening too rapidly?
And not paying enough?
Yeah, could be all kinds of things. Yeah. So it was good to get everybody talking.
Any other feedback or questions for Fazal? Okay, well, thank you, Fazal. So with that, we will keep Fazal for giving an introduction here to a department spotlight, which will feature the Professional Conduct Department. So Fazal, I will let you do the introductions.
Okay, so we had our first department spotlight last board meeting where we met members of the registration team. And we thought we would take an opportunity each quarterly board meeting to have some FaceTime with each of our departments in-house. So people can see who's on the other end of the phone. Often board members are not on every committee, so you're not going to get a chance to interact with everybody. But at the same time, as a board member, you're going to be looking at reports and things like that. And we thought it's important to know what happens in the committee, in the department, in the committee, things like that. So we're going to be hearing from our conduct department. So we've got Raj here, who's the manager. And she'll be introducing Maria, her other staff member in the department, to get an idea of what happens in the department and what do they do. And I thought, we also thought that the registrants who are listening to this will get an idea of what happens in each department of the college. So without any further ado, I'm going to call Raj and Maria up. Maria is one of our newest team members, but I'm going to leave that intro to Raj. Yes. So Raj, you might want to just, with the flexible part, just bend that part up a little bit. Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raj Badi, and I am the manager of professional conduct. I have been with the college since late 2021 and have previous experience with professional conduct with a health regulatory college. While managing the department and overseeing complaints and reports, I support the Inquiries, Complaints, and Reports Committee, as well as the Discipline Committee. I am supported by Maria Bigos, who has joined the college in the role of investigator and coordinator.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Bigos, and I'm the newest addition to the College of Opticians of Ontario. I joined the college as of April of this year as an investigator, while also assisting with coordinator tasks in the Professional Conduct Department. I do have extensive experience working within the regulatory body sector. Prior to joining the College of Opticians, I worked for nearly 20 years for another regulator, the Law Society of Ontario, in the Complaints and Compliance Department. This is where I handled complaints from the initial intake stage to doing early resolutions, interim investigations, and closures of files. My role also involved attending discipline hearings, during which I would speak on the cases that I had carriage of. The types of cases and allegations that I typically handled included, but were not limited to, inappropriate conduct and behavior and unauthorized practice and holding out. I hope to use my skills and experience in assisting this college with tackling and resolving similar types of concerns and matters.
Professional conduct includes inquiries, complaints, reports initiated by the registrar, and discipline hearings. Inquiries the department receives can include listening to the patient or member of the public's concerns, providing information about the complaints process, and clarifying the differences between an optician and optometrist. Some inquiries do not escalate into a complaint due to the inquirer seeking information, being satisfied with the information provided, or choosing not to pursue anything further.
The Professional Conduct Department has begun to identify inquiries or early resolutions, or as we like to refer to them sometimes, informal resolutions, may be appropriate. It is important to note that prior to deciding whether an early resolution is possible, the staff would need to assess the matter carefully and determine whether it poses a risk to the patient and/or the public. An example of an inquiry that may qualify for an early resolution could be something like a miscommunication or lack of communication between the member of the public and the optician registrant of the college. For example, a situation where a patient's health information, such as a PD, pupillary distance measurement, is not being released or provided to them because they're unable to get in contact with the optician. As part of this early resolution process, the college staff starts off by asking the patient whether they would like the college to reach out the optician and relay their concerns. And in doing so, the college staff make it clear that this is a separate process from a formal complaints process. Also, the patient would be informed that the college cannot compel, enforce the optician to issue reimbursements and or fix, remake, replace eyewear, as this is a legal issue that is for the determination of the court. If the patient agrees to proceed with this early resolution, the college staff would then contact the optician in hopes of having them resolve the issue outside of this formal complaints process. This early resolution method has proven to have some success, as it means that the patient and the optician could quickly resolve their issues outside of the formal complaints process. On the other hand, we have the complaints process. Now, this is a formal process which starts with someone such as the member of the public, the patient, another optician or health practitioner, filing a complaint against an optician. It is important to highlight that the complaints process requires an optician be named because the college cannot proceed with a complaint or information if an optician has not been identified. As such, the college has implemented steps to assist in identifying the registrants. For example, the college staff will ask the complainant to provide descriptors relating to the registrant. We can then also send the complainant a photo of the registrant to confirm their identity. This is a special initiative that is taken by this college, which I like to think sets us apart from other regulators. Based on my personal experience, many regulatory bodies do not take the time to assist complainants in identifying the subjects of a complaint. Now, a little bit about the filing and handling of complaints. A complaint, as you're all aware, is usually filed with the college in writing. However, the college also has steps in place to assist the complainants should they not be able to provide a written complaint due to possibly health concerns or language barriers. Following the submission of a formal complaint, the registrant is provided with a copy of a complaint and asked to respond to it, including any and all allegations within. A formal acknowledgement letter is also sent at this time to the complainant, explaining the complaints process in greater detail. While further assessing the complaint, the college staff, myself or Raj, are also responsible for identifying whether further information is needed, such as witness statements, patient records, and or patient's eyeglasses that could possibly need to be sent out for an expert examination. Now, multiple follow-ups may also be required with a complainant, registrant, witness, expert, and or any other party involved in the complaints process. in order to ensure that a document or information is obtained. Now, although the college does provide deadlines to provide said information, these deadlines are not always guaranteed or met because the complainants or registrants or other parties may delay in providing this information. Also, complainants and registrants are given multiple opportunities to respond and comment on the opposing party's correspondence. And as such, additional time may be required to obtain this information. In addition, extensions may also be requested from either party involved in the complaints process, which again may result in delays. Furthermore, a file cannot be deemed as closed until the parties receive the decision, which may take time to finalize and ultimately may also result in a delay in the closure of the file. Now, why must the above information be considered? Because I believe it is important to understand that despite how many attempts the college staff may make to obtain certain information, not all of this information is obtainable within said deadlines. And since complaints are handled on a case-by-case or individual basis, we might often also require additional time to determine what other documents the college might need or request, and or whether further investigation might be required.
Once all information relating to the complaint has been gathered, it is presented to the Inquiries, Complaints, and Reports Committee, also known as ICRC. The ICRC is currently made up of 10 members, which is split into 2 panels. A complaint file is reviewed by one of these panels in which they determine whether the investigation is complete. If the panel determines no further investigation is needed, there are a few different outcomes they can apply to close this file, such as take no further action, give advice or recommendation to the registrant, order educational or remedial programs to the registrant, give an oral caution, offer the registrant to sign an undertaking with conditions, and or refer allegations to the discipline committee for a hearing. Most files reviewed by a panel of the committee are disposed of in one meeting. Once a written decision with reasons has been provided to both parties of the complaint, the file is then closed. As previously mentioned, the ICRC may refer allegations to the discipline committee for a hearing. College staff assists with the administration process of discipline hearings, such as scheduling, seeking the committee chair's direction on panel composition, and coordinating the hearing itself, which includes setting up the meetings virtually and handling exhibits. Carolyn, if we can get So before we wrap up, I wanted to turn your attention to the ICRC dashboard for an overview of 2023 so far. We have opened 11 new complaints this year. There are a total of 35 complaints that remain open from previous years. This total includes complaints that have been reviewed by the ICRC and are waiting for the written decision to go out to the parties. So far this year, 6 complaint and report files were fully closed, while 10 are in the completion stage, meaning the committee has met and reviewed and has closed the file. They're just awaiting a decision to reach the parties. One interesting trend or fact that we have seen so far regarding the type of complaints, the complaint allegations, is that they are more varied than in 2022. For example, there is a decrease in the number of complaints related to professional conduct, while an increase in complaints relating to billing practices, record release, and advertising. Finally, I am happy to share that even amidst dealing with staff shortages in the department, we're trending ahead of this time than last year and are on track to see that trend continue into the second half of the year. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to you both for that presentation.
Have some questions?
Sure, yeah, any comments, questions? Yeah, Stephen, and then Rob, did you have one? Or?
I just want everybody to know that Raj is on top of her workload and stuff like that. That for us provincial government people, we have to be retrained again in advanced training. And she was able to notify me in time and say, guess what, Steve, get off your butt. You're going back to school for the province on such a date. And I go next week. So thank you very much for this week. Yeah, sorry, Fridays. Hey, remember, I'm from Barrie, right? So again, that's what I say. She's on the ball. She knows.
Thank you.
So thanks again for doing that. And your team does excellent work. I know when I go to our different ICRC committee, the documents are always there. They're easy to follow. And with our guidance of our excellent chair that we have our particular panel, things just roll smoothly. And thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you for saying. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Rob?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how long does it take to write a decision?
Um,
And on the go, is that like take a long time?
so the decision writing starts with me, and then I then once it's drafted, pass it on to the panels to review. So a decision can take up to 2 to 3 months right now, and I want to close that gap into 6 to 8 weeks. And this is just due to the administrative process and staff shortages.
Thank you
That's
for
write it after a decision has been made.
So yes, so once a panel meets, typically I would say on average, it's about 2 to 3 months before the parties get the decision.
So on average, it's taking 6 months to a year to do each one. Am I understanding that right?
For the actual writing process,
Or for the whole process?
from like the complaint being
Yeah,
open,
yeah.
I would say that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yeah, go ahead, Netta.
Regarding the unauthorized practice, what is the timeline you're looking for that, for the opening the file to completing?
Sure. Can I pass that on to
Yeah.
yourself?
So Netta, we're sort of creating a program around that, and it's going to be a little bit of a different process than like a complaint. Because we're probably going to do a lot of front end work, which is the investigation piece. And that's a lot to do with Maria's position to sort of investigate in office first and see if we can streamline it. It could get very expensive if we're sending investigators out on the road to do the initial call. So we're trying to create a program that does an initial screening in-house, control costs. If we are pretty suspicious that we have a good cause, then we'll spend the money on an investigator to go out, because that could get into the thousands per visit when we send out an investigator to the secret shop. So we're putting together a program, and that's exactly what Maria has been brought on. So we'll probably report back to the board later in the fall of what that's looking like in the timelines.
Basically, we're gonna have a two-stream. One can be reported and the other one is going to be initiative from the college.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any others? Any other feedback or questions? Okay, so with that, we just say thank you to you for your presentation and all your
Well
work.
done.
Wonderful. So we will then move on to the rest of the reports, and I will pass it back to Stephen Kinsella, the board chair, to present the reports.
Okay, the material you have in front of you, it's part of a package, and this is a consent agenda item and will be approved as an omnibus bill. So everyone's had a chance to review it, I hope.
And did we want to put it up on the screen or no? We might not need to if everyone's had a chance to review it. Were there any questions or concerns? Okay,
Do you mind if we just chime in for a second?
sure, yes.
So again, having some new faces around the table, what we typically do with the committee reports, rather than speaking to them one at a time, they're in the bundle. We have started this new dashboard type of thing where we're using some graphics to convey some information. And then we basically open it up that if there's a question about a specific report, we invite it to the table and the various departments can speak to it. So in the absence of any questions or anything like that, we typically then approve them in a bundle, rather than approving each committee report separately.
Okay. Thank you for that context. So with that context, maybe I'll just throw it out one more time to see if there's any questions on any of the reports, any feedback, comments. Yes, Tanya.
And I think that's something that's really great about quality assurance.
Sure.
Long quality assurance. No.
But I think this point should be pointed out. Peggy and Julie have been working, and especially Julie, and I think this is important to the board to know that like the money we've invested in that interface and using the online thing has really expedited things. And they actually are 4 months ahead of looking at deficient portfolios. So that's that's huge. 4 months is a big amount of time, and having that portal there is like really encouraging members to upload their things sooner, and it's making things so much more efficient. And so I think this is another way to show that like the money that is being put to good use. So I know it was an investment to have that kind of that programming, but it's being really put to good use. And so I just wanted to point out those efforts.
Wonderful. Derek.
I'll jump on what Tanya was saying, and it's one of those things that I think we all know around this board table, and the new ones may not. We're always trying to improve efficiency. We're always trying to be more responsive, get things done faster. And it's one of those areas where we were actually very successful in being able to do it, and hopefully we'll be able to apply it to other areas as well and speed up the processes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
The motion we're looking for is to approve the committee reports, communication report, and exam report as presented. Do I have a mover? Eric? Tanya? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so we made it through the agenda. That brings us to recess until tomorrow. I'm going to pass the floor to Stephen to close us out with a couple of final notes before we end for the day. Rob.
Is there any reason why we don't start doing a thing or two for tomorrow? Was it not possible?
Tomorrow, one of the big ones is a guest speaker doing training.
Yeah.
And actually, this is the final item on the public agenda for this quarter's meeting. Tomorrow, the board will be making a motion to go in camera as their first order of business. So that will, that's taking place sort of in a different setting.
We can't do that after? Just throwing it out there, we're quite early.
Yeah, like you're saying, maybe go into camera now and deal with that piece.
If everything else is in place, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a bad idea. I don't know.
Let's look at tomorrow's schedule.
You can sleep in tomorrow. If we can't move the speakers.
Party tonight. Yeah.
Okay. Just a matter of kicking someone out in the hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we can probably manage that. We're just making sure we can fit in so that there's still time to get everyone to dinner tonight. But
Absolutely.
yeah,
Sorry,
no, I
that's not-
think-
Yeah.
yeah, the in-camera session was allotted at about 40 minutes. So I think we should be able to squeeze that in now that we're running about 40 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah. How does that work for everyone else around the table? Are people okay with that? Gonna give a thumbs up. Okay, it looks like everybody's okay with that.
So we're gonna have a little change in chairs also, I guess?
Yes.
Yes, we're,
So
and
the thought process is maybe have a break, clear for what we kind of need to do and go from there. Because that when we go in camera, we're gonna have to
We'll have to do a motion to go into camera and all
Yeah.
that pretty stuff.
and adjust the audience.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, you can do the motion now actually, and then we can have our break, if that's okay with everyone. We'll do that as part of the public meeting.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
And just Stephen, a reminder as well for just some of the closing items.
Yes.
Or I don't know if we want to do those at the end of.
Yeah, we can push the closing items to the
Is
end.
there anything
Okay.
that we need to share with our gallery who won't be with us for the next portion?
Just comments I want to make, Amy. I want to thank everybody watching on YouTube for their participation. And for this being our first in-person meeting, I want to personally thank each and every one of you for making the trip down here and showing up in person. Every one of our appointed members for coming as well. And we had a ton of information provided to us ahead of time in the reports and that all came through Mr. Khan and his excellent staff. And I want to thank you for it because you saw how smooth the meeting went today, how we were able to breeze through the morning just like that. And that was all because the reports were prepared and we were able to, the information was presented to the board and we made decisions and very good decisions that were made today. And I want to thank everybody for doing that. That's the way things get done. Thank you.
So what I was going to suggest then maybe, Mr. Chair, is maybe you were planning on developing capacity with your vice chair. So maybe you can switch roles and go into tomorrow's agenda. As soon as we go into camera, before everybody leaves, I'll go over some of the closing remarks.
Perfect.
Okay, and what we're gonna, for the first time, we're trying something new, and I'm going to, call this training, and I'm going to turn the role of chair over to the vice chair, and he is going to handle the rest of today's and tomorrow's agenda.
So technically, this should be tomorrow morning, and I should be welcoming you all and telling you all, I hope you had a great dinner, but let's move on. But yeah, no, it's an opportunity to get some training in for me, which is absolutely wonderful, and I do appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you very much. So I believe the first item that we're going to be looking for is to be a motion to go in camera. Yeah, a motion, yeah, where's motion to go in camera under do you want me to do the whole section? Reese?
Yeah, go ahead.
A motion to go in camera under section 7.2D of the Health Professions Procedural Code to discuss a personnel matter. And Netta, did you give us that motion? Thank you. And may I have a seconder? Kevin, that's great. All in favor of that? Perfect. And that seems to be unanimous. Okay.
We're in
So
camera.
we'll pause there and clear.
We're going to pause now and
So